Mi fate fare una prova microfono? Scusate, solo l'audio? Ok? Fabio, mi senti? Fabio?
Those of you who need the translation can use the headphones. Quindi la prima sessione in italiano. Benvenuti alla 25esima conferenza europea della Fondazione Rodolfo De Benedetti. Vi leggo il messaggio che ci ha fatto pervenire il presidente della Fondazione, Carlo De Benedetti, che purtroppo non può essere oggi qui con noi. Quella che si tiene oggi è la 25esima conferenza annuale della Fondazione Ingegner Rodolfo De Benedetti. Quest'anno non sono fisicamente presente per inaugurare questa giornata, lo dico con grande rammarico, poiché ho partecipato sempre con piacere ed interesse alle precedenti edizioni. Permettetemi comunque di esprimere alcune considerazioni sull'importanza del tema scelto per la giornata di oggi. La sessione del mattino inizierà con una lezione introduttiva di Yannick Out, dell'Università Pompeu Fabra di Barcellona, esperto nello studio delle conseguenze macroeconomiche del potere di mercato, che parlerà delle retribuzioni dei top manager e del loro legame con il potere di mercato delle aziende. In seguito verrà presentato uno studio coordinato da Jan van Oers, dell'Erasmus University di Rotterdam, sui redditi dei top CEO e degli atleti negli Stati Uniti dal 2012 al 2022, fornendo un'analisi dettagliata delle dinamiche dei loro guadagni, delle tendenze demografiche e delle implicazioni politiche per i lavoratori ad alto reddito. Per quanto riguarda i CEO, l'analisi si concentra su 100 CEO con il reddito più elevato, vale a dire un reddito medio annuo di 29 milioni di dollari, comprensivo di 1,5 milioni di dollari di salario e 27,5 milioni di dollari in bonus e altri pagamenti, che appartengono allo 0,01% più ricco della distribuzione dei redditi negli Stati Uniti. Lo studio esplora anche i redditi dei 100 atleti più ricchi che, secondo la rivista Forbes, hanno guadagnato in media 32,1 milioni di dollari dal 2012 al 2020. Questa ricerca analizza il complesso panorama dei guadagni di queste specifiche figure professionali, offrendo preziose informazioni per le future discussioni sulle disuguaglianze di reddito. Nel pomeriggio invece presenteremo un secondo rapporto coordinato da Emanuela Ciapanna della Banca d'Italia, che analizza l'evoluzione del potere di mercato nei principali stati europei negli ultimi 2 decenni, confrontandola con gli Stati Uniti. L'attenzione si concentra sulla misurazione dei markup, cioè la differenza fra i prezzi di vendita dei loro prodotti e i costi di produzione nelle grandi aziende, un tema rilevante per la concorrenza e il benessere dei consumatori. A differenza che negli Stati Uniti, lo studio rivela che nei paesi europei margini di profitto che non hanno avuto una tendenza all'aumento. In Europa il comportamento dei markup non sembra, in altre parole, essere influenzato dalle cosiddette aziende superstar. Qui sarà molto interessante appunto il confronto con l'esperienza statunitense. Anche le aziende più grandi e innovative in Europa hanno in media margini di profitto più elevati e non ci sono evidenze di aumenti significativi. Questo si differenzia dalle situazioni degli Stati Uniti, come si diceva, dove il markup è molto più pronunciato. Questi risultati hanno importanti implicazioni politiche, sottolineando la necessità di regolamentazione della concorrenza, di leggi antitrust, basate su un'attenta comprensione del contesto economico europeo piuttosto che sull'adozione incondizionata degli approcci statunitensi. Infine ci sarà questa tavola rotonda in cui cercheremo anche di mettere insieme i due lati del problema e cercare di capire quali sono le interazioni tra concentrazione del mercato dei prodotti e anche retribuzioni, e quindi in che misura è opportuno intervenire, eventualmente anche valuteremo interventi di policy sui due fronti, in termini per esempio di tetti salariali rispetto invece a norme maggiormente stringenti e attività antitrust più stringenti sul piano della concorrenza nel mercato dei prodotti. Continuando appunto a leggervi il messaggio dell'ingegner Carlo De Benedetti, lasciatemi solo concludere con un ringraziamento alle persone che negli anni hanno lavorato per la Fondazione Ingegner Rodolfo De Benedetti. In 25 anni di attività si sono succeduti nello staff della Fondazione più di 50 ricercatori, molti di loro hanno cominciato a lavorare proprio in Fondazione e sono oggi attivi in alcune delle più importanti università italiane ed estere. Ad essi si aggiunge un ampio network di studiosi che collabora con noi e segue sempre le nostre iniziative. A tutte queste persone, tra l'altro diverse di loro sono collegate via streaming questa mattina, va un sentito ringraziamento per l'impegno profuso in questi anni che tanto ha contribuito ai brillanti risultati conseguiti dalla Fondazione. Quindi a tutti voi auguro una buona e proficua giornata. Ingegner Carlo De Benedetti, che ringraziamo tantissimo per questo messaggio e per il sostegno che ha sempre dato alla Fondazione. Devo dire, il merito di questi 25 anni è principalmente legato alla sua intuizione iniziale e a questo punto darei la parola a Roberta Frisoni, assessora all'urbanistica, adesso il titolo esatto, del Comune di Rimini, che siamo molto felici di avere con noi questa mattina.
Buongiorno, bentrovati. Io spero capiate l'italiano, non sapevo se le cuffiette ce le hanno o non ce le hanno. No. O se no, I speak English, ok.
Ok, allora cercherò di fare del mio meglio, farò in inglese. Vi do il benvenuto a nome del sindaco della città del Comune di Rimini, è un grande onore e piacere avervi qui con noi oggi. Io ho una preparazione di economista presso l'Università Bocconi di Milano. Si tratta di un tema, di un workshop molto importante e interessante organizzato da Fondazione De Benedetti. E sapete perché? Mi ricordo quando la prima volta sono andata a Milano e la gente mi chiedeva: ah, davvero sei da Rimini, ma studiate a Rimini? Non è che andate solo a prendere il sole sulla spiaggia? E dico, beh, forse sì, anche a noi ci piace divertirci, andare in spiaggia, prendere il sole, ma ogni tanto anche noi studiamo. Giusto una battuta per dirvi che la nostra città ha un carattere diverso, facciamo cose diverse. Adesso effettivamente stiamo cercando di candidarci come capitale della cultura italiana del 2026. Per me rappresenta un goal ambizioso Ovviamente vogliamo essere, e già lo siamo, una destinazione turistica internazionale, persone che appunto vivono la città e la spiaggia allo stesso tempo, quindi con nuove misure e processi di riqualificazione stiamo cercando di far sì che le persone vengano a Rimini non solo per la spiaggia, ma anche per fare sport, ciclismo, corsa, godere la città, venire verso il centro di Rimini, lì dove siete oggi, è un posto, un luogo speciale, questo in particolare. Questo era il cinema in cui da piccolo Federico Fellini veniva a vedersi film al cinema. Per molti anni questo cinema è rimasto chiuso, così come è successo per altri cinema in altre città italiane, ma nel 2018 siamo riusciti a riqualificarlo, oltre ad altri monumenti storici, il Teatro Gallic, il Castello Malatesta, grazie a un progetto culturale di riqualificazione della città di Rimini. Adesso abbiamo il Museo Fellini che praticamente ha 3 gambe, questa è una di quelle, uno dei pilastri, il Fulgor, ma anche nel castello lo usiamo come museo Fellini, e anche la piazza. Oggi non la vediamo bene perché c'è una mostra con fiori, piante, è una bellissima mostra nella piazza, e anche la piazza che una volta serviva da parcheggio delle auto, vi ricordate, forse alcuni di voi si ricordano, adesso è stato chiuso al traffico e al parcheggio, quindi è un luogo di riunione, socializzazione, dove la gente si può incontrare, discutere, chiacchierare insieme, un punto di incontro e socializzazione. Penso che sia importante per ogni città di promuovere l'incontro fra le persone, il dialogo, perché il dialogo è sempre importante, la socializzazione conta sempre. L'ultimo messaggio con cui vorrei lasciarvi, forse proprio perché Federico Fellini ci ha lasciato questa eredità così importante, si tratta dunque di una citazione di Fellini. Eccola in italiano, non la ripeto. Si può immaginare dunque tutto. Tutti possono adottare questa citazione come messaggio da portarsi a casa per innovare, creare e rendere le nostre comunità più inclusive, sostenibili e più piacevoli per tutti. Grazie.
Thank you so much, Roberto.
Grazie Roberta per aver parlato in inglese e per aver fatto la presentazione alla fine della conferenza. Fra l'altro faremo un tour della città, quindi andremo a vedere anche il Museo Fellini e quindi vivremo la città nella sua interezza, nella sua bellezza. E adesso possiamo iniziare.
Part of the program, and I give
Quindi vorrei dare la parola a Yannick Out per la key presentation, per la presentazione principale. Grazie Tito, grazie alla città di Rimini, grazie alla Fondazione De Benedetti. È per me un grande piacere essere qui. È la prima volta in Belgio, c'era una mancanza di spazio e quindi è bello vedere le cose da questo lato. Bene, oggi vi parlerò dell'argomento tipico di oggi. Cercherò di fare un riferimento al potere del mercato. Fra l'altro ho fatto questa presentazione con Rangi Baut e quindi vorrei ringraziare anche loro per il loro contributo. Innanzitutto vorrei stabilire il contesto, che cosa succede riguardo al potere del mercato. Ne continueremo a parlare nel pomeriggio a livello europeo. Questo è il Dow Jones inedito, è aggiustato per l'inflazione. e vediamo che Dow Jones ci mostra una serie sempre in ascesa sin dalla seconda guerra mondiale, anche se adesso il Dow Jones si è stabilizzato negli ultimi 2 anni. Ecco che c'è stato anche un declino a cui abbiamo assistito, ma la cosa che vorrei sottolineare è che noi nel Dow Jones, e questo è soltanto un modo per illustrarlo, vi è stato un grande cambiamento nell'80. Fino ad allora, se si investiva $1, si aveva $1 dal 45 nel 1980, invece se si investiva nell'80 con $1, oggi si avrà il 77% del ritorno, quindi $15. Questo per quanto riguarda la crescita. Quindi ovviamente ci sono differenze fra il periodo prima e dopo il 1980. Bene, e a questo punto abbiamo visto che ci sono stati cambiamenti nel potere del mercato nel periodo, e questo ha delle implicazioni macroeconomiche importanti per vari aspetti dell'economia, fra cui la riduzione della quota della manodopera, cioè la spesa per il lavoro è diminuita riguardo alla produzione del reddito, anche con un influsso sul livello salariale. Dagli anni 70 c'è stata un'assegnazione redditi per la produzione e servizi, esclude ovviamente la nicchia dei CEO di cui parleremo oggi, perché questo può includere i manager. La produttività è aumentata molto di più rispetto all'assegnazione degli stipendi, con effetti su tassi di attività dei lavoratori. Ed infine c'è stato anche un po' un impatto sul dinamismo dell'economia. Se andiamo a vedere questo tasso della riassunzione nei lavori con promozione eccetera, vediamo che è passato dal 35 al 25%, con una forte riduzione a causa di questo dinamismo. E dall'altra parte vediamo il tasso di costituzione di start-up, di nuove aziende, che è passato dal 45 all'8%. Ecco, si tratta di grossi cambiamenti nell'economia. E una delle domande che ci poniamo: che cosa porta l'aumento delle disuguaglianze dei redditi? Che cosa implica? E questo è l'argomento della conferenza. Se si pensa a questo argomento e ai manager, molti degli aumenti delle disuguaglianze che osserviamo vengono dai percentili maggiori di 0,001%. Come lo dimostrano vari studi, Piketty, Sites ed altri. Possiamo anche chiederci che cosa succede a una classe di lavoratori che si trova lì. Si tratta di i CEO, i top manager. E che cosa ne sappiamo di questi lavoratori? Abbiamo dei dati da questo studio che risale al 1940, e vediamo quali erano i salari dei manager negli 80. In poi c'è stato veramente un decollo fino al 2019 e oggi, in base a questi dati di Freeman e Sachs. Vediamo qual è l'evoluzione dei markup, delle maggiorazioni dei profitti. Praticamente il rapporto fra prezzo e costo di produzione, c'è la stessa evoluzione. Se si mettono insieme questi due grafici non c'è nessuna sovrapposizione, ed è questo il motivo per cui ci occupiamo di questo tema, perché c'è una sorta di correlazione. Questa è la regressione dei salari di executive con il markup anno dopo anno, mentre questa era una media dell'economia di ogni anno. Adesso voglio arrivare ai top manager, quindi coloro che hanno più potere di mercato pagano di più i loro manager, il che è una correlazione giusta, niente di strano. Ma vogliamo chiederci se questi aumenti dei salari di executive si differenziano fra i generi. Per esempio, non posso andare a prima del 1980 perché i dati partono, diciamo, un po' dagli anni 80 in poi. E quindi a questo punto vorrei cercare di fare una distinzione fra quello che succede dal punto di vista della dimensione delle aziende e il potere del mercato e il markup. C'è uno studio interessante di Gabé Landier. La letteratura mostra che cosa? In quanto dirigente, il salario non è solo correlato alla produttività, ma anche a dove una persona lavora. Se l'azienda diventa più produttiva,
Is that, well,
si
they
avrà
pointed
un
out that
vantaggio.
in these superstar markets, they're competing for these scarce skills of these managers. And if I now have this amazing, treasure, my firm that's become much more valuable, then this best manager is going to contribute much more to it. This is going back to an idea that Akerlof had when he talked about jobs as dam sites, that they're really scarce resources. And what Gabriel and the interview do, they say we should really think of this as a superstar market. And that means that if the size of firms increases, then even if the managers don't become more productive, they're going to get a higher wage because there's competition for these managers. It's a competitive market for these managers. Now, the question is what happens if we add market power to that? Okay? And if we add market power to that, what this is going to do is it's basically going to introduce a different source. But what is the problem? That firm size and market power are jointly determined. That is, a firm that can exert a dominant position in this market is actually going to be larger. Okay, that's precisely the immediate kind of consequence of being a dominant firm. But at the same time, if you're larger, more productive, you're going to have more market power in the same setting. And so this is kind of a process that's jointly determined. And what we're trying to do here is we try to kind of distinguish the two. The way we're going to do it is we're going to write down a model that allows us to make that distinction. If I don't get to the end, let me just say what we're going to do is I'm going to show you a way to distinguish these two. That's the first thing. And the second thing, I'm going to measure how big this contribution of each of these two channels is, the size and the market power channel. And it's on average about 45% market power, 55% size. It's going up over time from 38% to 48%, but there's a huge difference in the cross-section across managers. Most of the managers, actually of the managers at the bottom of the distribution get no contribution in their compensation that's coming from market power, whereas at the top, it's the majority. And that's, to us, at least before starting out, was the most surprising insight. What's the mechanism? The mechanism is the following. I'm going to, in the next minutes that I have, I'm going to try and go into the detail of the mechanism, but let me just try and tell you in two sentences what it is. What happens is if I have two firms that compete, let's take a very simple situation, and they're identical. They're going to have equal market share, equal market power, equal profit rates. Now, if I make one firm more productive and the other one less productive, so I'm going to have a mean preserving spread, what's going to happen is that this more productive firm is going to extract more rents, more market power, more market share. Okay, so it's going to basically become more dominant, okay, just because the fact that they're different. The more productive firm is going to be able to attract more of the market share. In fact, in the limit, if I have a duopoly, but one firm is so much more productive than the other one, think Amazon, for example, many of these retailers cannot even get into these markets. This firm has 99% of the market. Even though it's a duopoly, it behaves like a monopoly. So what determines that the extent of market power is not just the number of competitors, it's also the difference in productivity between the firms. And this is going to be the mechanism, because what firms are going to do is they're going to hire managers to try and distinguish themselves from their competitors. Okay, and that's going to be the competition for these firms. I have a bit of a model. I'm going to be very sparse in terms of explaining it. Let me just say we have three groups of workers. There's managers that are heterogeneous. They're going to be X's. We're going to have firms that are heterogeneous. They're going to be Z's. Think of a firm operating in a small market, let's say soft drinks, Coke and Pepsi, but there's many of these markets. And so within your market, there's very much imperfect competition. You can exert market power, and because there's many of these markets, you compete also with all these other markets, but there's no market kind of power between soft drinks and furniture. And so we're going to try and understand how this competition that happens within your market, how this has been changing over time, and how this affects who you hire as a manager. And then there's workers who produce. Firms are going to try and maximize profits. This is how they do it. What really, and this is kind of the demand side, let me gloss over it. Let me focus on the solution. What I want to do is, I want to think of your ability as a firm to produce in a market in which you have market power, how this is going to then determine your profits, and once this determines your profits, how can you improve that by hiring a better or worse manager in this competitive market? And this is necessary to understand where this competition for these managers is coming from, because that determines how much you're going to pay them. That's where the equilibrium wage schedule is going to come from. So let me go over the solution. All right. It's a bit unfortunate because apparently these slides, these PDF files have been converted to PowerPoint, and all the equations are okay. Let me. How do I do that? Let me try and do it. Let me try and do it in words. Okay. So basically, think of your firm's first order condition. Okay. You said marginal product equal to marginal cost. In this case, marginal cost is the wage. Now, because there's market power, you have the Lerner formula, you have your price and your productivity, but you also have your kind of your elasticity of demand. Okay, so you have basically the effect that you have from you being able to affect the price individually. Okay, so that's supposed to be one of these left equations there. Now that Lerner formula is basically equal to the inverse of the markup. So the more market power you have, basically the more you're going to distort this first order condition. Where does this come from? This comes from, well, how competitive you are within your market. This comes from the fact that if there's only 2 firms, then I'm going to have more market power than if there's 15 firms. That's the first thing. But the second thing is that in these markets, from the example I gave from the start, it also comes from the fact that, not only how many firms there are, but how different they are in their productivity. Okay? And that's where the productivity of the firm is going to be key, because if I'm a highly productive firm, what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to basically try to, extract rents, but I also would like to hire a manager that makes me even more distinguished from the other firm. Okay, this is the margin at which I can make my productivity differences even bigger. Okay. The last equation still comes out quite nicely, this one here. If you solve this, what you get a very simple expression for what profits for a firm are, which is a function of the mu, which is the markup, and the expenditure that you have on labor. When we go to the quantitative part, of course, we have intermediate inputs, we have capital, but in the model, what is key here is how you hire workers. And so basically your expenditure on labor and the markup is determining your profits. Okay. We're going to exploit that later when we're going to try and think of how the firms are going to basically choose their managers. Now this happens in stage 1. In stage 1, the firm chooses which manager to hire. And again, this is a Becker sorting model. I have a bunch of firms that I can rank. I have a bunch of managers that I can rank. Going back to the Gabela and the Intervio story, the highest ranked manager matches with the highest ranked firm. But there's, of course, a competitive labor market that determines the wages. There's a superstar market here. Okay? And this is what I was referring to earlier, that if the distribution of these firms' productivities changes, this is, of course, also going to affect the distribution of wages that come out of this superstar market, even if the distribution of these superstars doesn't change. Now, if you look at this first order condition, it's a differential equation. Then you can write it with a little bit of imagination. We need Fellini here, so we need to imagine the truth here. So what this was an expression where, coming from my expression for profits as a function of markups and basically the expenditure on labor, I can now decompose that expression, that differential equation, basically the pi dA, into 2 components: the direct effect that's coming through the markup and the direct effect that's coming through the size. Okay? This is additive, so basically that partial derivative is going to be additive too. And I'm going to call this first channel, the direct effect on profits through the markup, I'm going to call that the markup channel. And the second effect, the direct effect from size, from L, on profits. I'm going to double that the size effect. Of course, I want to stress these are still determined jointly in equilibrium. This is like you do it's literally a partial derivative. Okay, it's a first order effect. Notice that also the markup is still a part of the firm's size channel, but it's not the derivative part, it's just in the level. And notice that also the firm size is here in the markup channel. Okay, that's precisely what we're trying to do. We're trying to disentangle them by focusing on the first order effect. Okay. And so I'm going to use this differential equation throughout. When I do the quantitative, I'll show you the quantitative result. This is really what I'm going to beat to death because I'm going to really use this everywhere. The only difference is that I'm going to integrate out. I want to solve this differential equation because I want to see the wages not in differences but in levels. And so this is what's going to come up here. This is supposed to be an integral with a whole bunch of things. But what it is, it's the integral of this expression. I can't solve it analytically. It's going to be solved computationally. Okay, so you think, wow, you can solve this differential equation. I cannot. Okay, so it's just, computationally solving that differential equation. But because the differential equation is additive, the integral is also additive. So we still have a market channel in levels. We still have a market channel in, a firm size channel in levels. Okay, and that's going to be key when I do the quantitative analysis. So that's what I'm going to show you next. The quantitative exercise is going to take data from executives in the United States. It's executive compensation from the Execocomp data set from Compustat. I think we're going to hear some more about executive compensation later from the work by Enrico Jan and who's the third co-author? Thomas. What I'm going to use is these data start in 92. I'm going to show you from 94 onwards because 92 and 93 are really sparse, and so we kind of see things going on all over the place. So I'm going to start with 94 until 2019. That's when we initially started. We also thought, do we want to include data on the on COVID and stuff like that? We might extend it. So you're going to see data from 94 to 2019. And there's one little thing that we have to deal with. It's a technical issue, but I just want to flag it here, which is that what I told you about, matching in the Becker sense, where we have assortative matching between the firms or the firm's size and the manager, in a sense, that assumes that every firm is living in a competitive world. But we know that there's imperfect competition, so your productivity and therefore your output and therefore your profits depend not just on what your type is as a firm, but what your competitor's type is. So there's externalities. This is known to be a very hard problem. This is an NP-complete problem, so this is a problem that's very hard to solve. There's no algorithm that solves in polynomial time, so we're going to use an approximation. It turns out that this approximation works very well. So in the name of Fellini, trust me that it's true. So. What we're going to do then is we're going to try and see, under some functional form, what's the contribution of the manager to the productivity of the firm. And this is ultimately what we're doing, is we're trying to understand what is the production technology that's underlying, production here and the role of the manager. And we're going to take a fairly general production kind of technology. It's going to be a CES technology. There's supposed to be brackets here. The gamma is the elasticity of substitution. The alpha is basically the contribution of the manager to the productivity of the firm. Okay. When I do the quantitative exercise, I'm going to assume that all these distributions of managers of firms, and also I have an additional distribution AJ, which is to distinguish between markets like retail, where this, Walmart has 1 million workers, and then I have in our sample firms like biotech, which have 6 or 7 workers, that there's something different in terms of these technologies that they employ. And so we're going to assume that, there's distributions that we're going to estimate that they're all going to be log normal. We started with Pareto distributions, that what everyone used to do in this literature. It turns out that, and you're going to see this when I show you the results, the log normal distributions fit the distribution of outcomes that we see in the data much better. How do we estimate this? Well, one of the things that's key here is if you look, for example, at the relationship between manager pay, okay, and their type. So on the horizontal axis, I have the sales of the firm, okay, in logs. And on the vertical axis, what I have is basically the share of the CEO's compensation to sales. If I work in a higher sales firm as a CEO, I earn more, but not as a share of sales, not relative to sales. So in fact, that's a declining relationship. The ones who work in the small firms get a higher share of the total sales of the firm than the ones who work in the larger firms. This is going to help us spin down this production technology that I put up there with this alpha and the gamma. Why? Because that relationship, the alpha, if you have a CES production function in your head, is going to shift up the alpha, is going to shift up this line. And the gamma is going to tilt the slope. So when we estimate this production technology, we're going to use basically the mean of that share of expenditure, and we're going to use the covariance of that expenditure to basically pin down the level and the slope. Okay. There's a bunch of other parameters that we have in our model, and there we're going to use especially markups within markets and between markets. Okay, this is going to allow us to identify things like how many firms are there in the market. It's going to allow us to identify things like the differences in the productivity between firms. If I take, if I see in the data markets that are very dispersed within a market, okay, I see that Coke and Pepsi have very different markups. This must tell us something about these productivity differences. Okay, and that's how we're going to identify the differences in productivity between firms within a market. And this is governed by a variable that's called sigma z, which is right there. Okay. There's a number of other parameters that we estimate, and I'm happy to talk about this afterwards, about kind of the ins and outs of the estimation. But let me focus on what we find, what the results are. Here are the estimated alpha and gamma, and I should say we estimate this model statically. In each period we do this again. This is not that I don't think that there's any dynamic effects in terms of executive hiring and executive compensation, but I think it's first of all for a kind of a pragmatic reason, because we cannot solve these dynamic models. But there's also something which we had actually with Jan a discussion over dinner about, that these CEOs stay for a very short time. The average duration of a CEO is 2.5 years. So basically, there's not much of a very long dynamic consideration there anyway. Okay, there's a high turnover between these CEOs. I may have biases for what I do here in considering the static case. I don't think they're going to be large, and be happy to discuss them. But what we find is that over time, even if the CEOs haven't become more educated, they haven't become better, what has happened is that their contribution to productivity has gone up. That means that the same CEO in 94 had an alpha of around 0.7. By now, it's around 1.5. Okay, so basically the contribution to output or to productivity of the CEO has doubled over time. There's other work that looks at this in different ways that says that these CEOs have become more valuable for the firms, and this is how it would be measured. We also see that the gamma is one negative, which means that there's complementarity in the CES production function. It has become more negative. So these CEOs have become more complementary. That is, if you have a high valuable firm, a high productivity firm, having a good CEO becomes even more valuable. That's what a negative gamma says. And over time, it's been declining. There's a huge kind of rise in the period after the Great Recession. So, it seems that, things like cyclical movements in the market have a big impact on this. There's also an issue that in that period, there was a big kind of movement towards reducing kind of the executive pay. I don't know if you remember the Wall Street protests and things like that. There was a lot of pressure on firms to reduce their compensation, and this here kind of is captured or is picked up by this technology parameter of a decrease in the complementarity. On the left side here, you see the average number of firms in a market. You think this is small. Really, we have on average within these little markets between Coke and Pepsi around 4.3 firms, and that's been declining up to just over 3 firms. So we see fewer and fewer firms. What is this saying? This is a force to increasing average markups. This is a force to increase it. The distribution also changes. And let me just focus only on this one here, this sigma z I was talking about. The spread in productivity between firms that's drawn from a distribution with variance sigma. that's been going up. Okay, it's been going up from around 0.55 to 0.9. So that's a substantial increase in this variance. This is what I was talking about earlier. The more dispersion there is between these productivities, the higher the markups is. Even if I have, multiple firms, they might behave like monopolies effectively. Okay. This is going to be hard to explain. Let me just say one thing about this. I want to say this is on the horizontal axis each time the manager type, from low to high. Okay, it's the log of this type X. And on the vertical axis first, I have this productivity within the market, this Z. On the second one, I have the productivity across markets, whether you're a retail firm or whether you're a biotech, and the last one I have the markup. So what happens here is we see that the correlation is 95%. We see that if you're a high type firm within your market, Coke is very productive, you're going to go for the best manager. If you're the worst type firm within your market, you're going to go for the worst manager. Okay, that's what is going to come out of this competitive market for managers. Instead, if I'm in retail, the most productive market, but I'm not necessarily the most productive firm, I'm going for a higher type manager, but not as much as I would within my market, i.e. the correlation is about 26%, much lower. So what drives really the sorting and the market for managers is what happens between your direct competitors, where you compete directly, where you fight for market power. Okay, that's where we have this very high correlation. And not surprisingly, what that translates in is that you see that, the high-type managers are in firms with high markups, and the low-type managers are in firms with low markups. That's really what gives this positive correlation. Okay, let me show you the main results. This is redoing the the model. In the few minutes that I have, I want to really focus on these results. Left panel, the red line is the average pay of a manager, going from around 3 million to 6.2 million. In real terms, in 2019 dollars. So basically, the average pay has more than doubled. I showed you that we can decompose the pay, the wage, into a markup channel or market power channel and a firm size channel. They're additive, so the blue line and the green line add up exactly to the red line. Okay. And so that's the evolution of market power, that's the evolution of firm size. On the right panel, I'm just going to take the percentage of these two, because they add up to exactly 100%. We see it's going from 38% to 48%. So there's a rise in the role of this market power channel, and it tells us market power is important in pay. It's just under half of what the pay is of these managers. Okay? So they wouldn't get the pay they get now if there wasn't any market power. That's precisely what this is saying. This is also true for the growth over time. The growth is becoming bigger. But let me show you something about the distribution. Let's start on the right panel. I have the data distribution and what I estimate from the model. And the dashed line is the distribution of executive pay. So this is, by the way, I haven't told you this, the total compensation, including stock options, everything that they receive, valued at the moment that at the end of the year. What you see is that the distribution in 1994 is much more compact. It's not that there's less managers, in fact, in that period, because the number of firms changes, there was more CEOs in that distribution. But we see basically that the distribution is much more compact. What happened towards 2019 is that this distribution has been spreading out. We see that in the data, which is panel C here, we also see something very similar, or we estimate something very similar in the model. Notice that we never target this distribution, so it's kind of a success that we managed to obtain such a close fit. This is also true if you look at all the percentiles over all the years. It's not just the kind of, the first and the last year. If you look at all the percentiles I have here, 10th, 25th, 50th, 75th, and 90th percentile, the evolution in the data and the evolution in the model is fairly concurrent. Okay, so these distributions evolve in a similar way. Now, this is going to tell us something, and I want to show this now, what happens in terms of the heterogeneity across workers within that a given year. So this is going to be for 2019. Again, the red line is the compensation for the managers. The lowest paid manager in our sample gets $400,000 US dollars. The highest paid manager gets 80 million. So my chart isn't capturing everyone, so there's at least one manager of the charts. It's Tim Cook from Apple who got 80 million. Okay, so that red line is basically the compensation across different manager types as estimated. Okay, it's a smooth line in the data, it's going to look very different, but in the estimated model, that's what this line predicts. And we can do again that decomposition in terms of the market power channel and the firm size channel. The market power channel, which is basically capturing how much I can extract rents. The firm size channel, how much I increase the productivity of the firm as a better manager. The blue line is the market power channel. The green line is the size channel. Again, blue and green add up to red. Let me look at the percentage contribution of each. And what we see is at the bottom, the contribution is non-existent. At the top, Tim Cook gets his salary for 80% from creating market power. We know that Apple is doing quite well in terms of market power. You know, your Apple Store is in an exact duopoly with the Google Play Store, in the sense that there's no entry possible because of the bundling and because of many different reasons. So the returns in terms of profitability that Apple creates, okay, are reflected in the pay of Tim Cook. Why? Because they are competing for better managers. Other firms would like to get Tim Cook as their manager. So they're going to compete on in this competitive labor market for Tim Cook. But of course, Apple is the one, given its size and especially given the type of competition it faces in its market, is the one that is most able to pay that 80 million to Tim Cook, because really their kind of share in increasing the productivity and profitability is highest than any of the other competitors who can do it. And I think that's what's reflecting these high contributions of market power to the wages for these top managers. They're really being hired by the top markup firms. So let me conclude. What we find is that the top managers are hired by the firms that have market power. They get rewarded for it through this competitive market with these superstar firms, and over time increasingly so, because we see that that share is increasing over time. The numbers were there. It was 45% on average over all years, initially 38, ending up in 48%. But the key thing, I think, is the heterogeneity. This is something that, you know, to us was surprising, that within the distribution, really the highest contribution to pay goes to the top managers. Okay, we get up to 80% for the top managers. Why do we do CEOs? I mean, if we're interested in one, inequality, two, in the top 1% or the top 0.001%, it's not just executives. I mean, management is a large component of it, but it's not just them. We could think that, you know, we would like to look at a more general and broader set of economic agents. I think we can definitely think that all managers are like that, even down to the lower levels. As soon as you have some span of control as a worker, the same argument goes through. Why? Because your span of control, what was really the role of the manager? It was exploiting the span of control that the manager has over these workers in terms of increasing the productivity. It's not, Tim Cook isn't, you know, doing the marketing of these goods. Tim Cook isn't producing, isn't the one who's standing in the factory in Taiwan. There's someone else who does that. But because of the span of control that he exerts, he can basically increase the productivity, and that's why he's so important. But if now Tim Cook has to hire a lower level manager, that manager is going to again increase basically the productivity through that manager's span of control, and then, you know, she's going to hire someone else who's going to do the same thing. So it should go through at all managerial levels, of course, to a lower extent than at the top, but the whole logic, I think, will go through, and therefore lead to higher compensation at all levels. I think it works for all types of superstar workers, not just managers. If I think about, you know, coders, if, say, Uber hires a star coder and that coder finds a way to optimize the algorithm, this is going to immediately have an effect on millions and millions of users. This is a huge increase in the potential value of just one person. You can see that, you know, if Uber has to hire these coders, they're going to be in a superstar market competing with all the tech companies trying to get that coder who potentially can increase their productivity and therefore also their ability to extract rents. And this is going to be reflected in their pay. If you think about lawyers, and I think also athletes, we're going to hear more about athletes. With athletes, I think it's a clear example where there's markets where there's a lot of market power. So these are markets where there's clearly strategic interactions. These are examples, I think, where we can extend this. Thank you very much.
We can take a few questions. So thank you so much, Jan, also for working with the imagination over this problem in the presentation. So, you know, Fellini influence there was present. I think we can take a few questions. One perhaps, or a couple that maybe if I exploiting the fact that I'm here. One is a question that will come out, I am sure, during the day several times. How confident should be with these numbers on markups? Because, you know, we are talking about multi-product firms, and so I think that makes extremely complicated to get. And as we also will have this asymmetry between Europe and the US in the numbers, I think that is something, your view, given that you have been a pioneer in these studies, would be very interesting to have. And the second thing is something we are parallel with what we were talking last year at the previous conference. The previous conference of the foundation was very much on NCC, non-compete clauses. So I wonder whether the presence of these non-competes and what happens to the pay of managers with the non-competes can be used as a measure of the type of rent sharing that takes place. Because clearly if the signing of a non-compete is associated with a huge increase in the pay of the managers, as sometimes seems to be the case, that is an indication of a way the rent are being shared between the managers and the shareholders. So I wonder whether this is something that could be of interest. But perhaps there are also other questions from the floor, and then you can answer all of them. Yes, Mario, here.
I'm trying to also anticipate something I'm gonna say in the afternoon in the general discussion, which has to do with your result. I mean, if my reading is correct, I mean, what comes out from your study is that, you know, basically, you know, where the competition, where the markups are higher, where the market power is higher, then, you know, the executive pay is higher, basically. Okay, there is high contribution from the lack of competition on the product market size. But let me make this kind of standard X inefficiency argument. I mean, you know, if your firm has a high market power, is a monopolist, you know, the incentives to minimize costs are actually low compared to firms facing more competition. And that actually causes, you know, the executive pay to be high, because if you, as a firm, has low incentive to minimize costs, precisely because you are a monopolist, you know, executive pay are cost, and then, you know, on top of that, you know, executive pay, I mean, who appoints executives? Who decides about the executive pay? I mean, these are all questions which have to do with, you know, the degree of competition, of course, on the executive market, labor market, but also on the you know, the degree of competition on the product market. I mean, if the competition is low, you know, the incentive to have some sort of cost-effective way to induce, you know, the right effort on the executive sides, under the assumption that, you know, the executive objective function is not the same as, is not well aligned with the shareholder executive, with the shareholder objective function. You know, I mean, I think competition is clearly key there in sort of affecting the size of this. And it's all it's not really just the level, it's also how, you know, the compensation package is actually designed.
More questions? Another one here. Paolo?
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask a bit, how would you include institutional changes over this very long time period in the model, right? I mean, I want to blame the fact that the equations were messed up, so I couldn't see that, but probably I couldn't understand it anyway because of, I mean, yeah, because I didn't get all the points of the model in this short presentation. But at some point you said, look, when there was this movement against executive compensations, this shows up in the gamma parameter going down. So is that the type of institutional analysis that you can do, or you can even do something more and say, let's simulate a policy that, I don't know, puts a cap on executive compensations, and then, you know, developing some counterfactual estimates of what would happen. So can you bring the model up to that limit or not?
Okay, so I think you have enough of...
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. Let me go backwards, and I'll. So in terms of the institutional setup, I mean, again, I didn't have much time. You know,
We have about 10 minutes.
Okay, good. So in terms of the institutional setup, I mean, it's of course determined by how we think about this model. There's a few things in this. These are two related questions. I assume competitive markets for CEOs. That may not be the case. Okay. I think, and this is also related to Tito's questions about these non-compete clauses, when you have a form of rent sharing, things are going to change. I don't think that it is going to be rent sharing, that it's going to be actually less than that. It's going to be probably, you know, more to an extent that this market power creating more rents is going to allow more of this sharing. So in that sense, I conjecture, I mean, I haven't done this properly in terms of distinguishing, but that the markup channel would actually be larger if there would be some form of, I mean, by imposing competition in the labor market, in the market for these superstars, I think that we're taking kind of a fairly extreme view in that sense. That's not to say that I disagree with your point. It's just that it's a modeling choice, okay? And so I think, you know, I would love to understand what non-competes do in a setting like this, how they exactly work. But, you know, we haven't done this. We can study more institutions within this setting. A lot of talk is about, you know, 1980, the Borg doctrine in terms of antitrust enforcement in the United States, which basically came immediately to Europe, because people say Borg is Chicago, is you know, the Supreme Court kind of influence in the US, but it was adopted immediately in Europe. I mean, in particular, our antitrust institutions were only really taking form with the European Commission. That's the 90s. There was national different kind of things, but really when it became much more coordinated and serious antitrust policy in Europe was in the 90s, and that was Borg. So then you can ask institutionally, how much did Borg contribute to the rise of market power? And if it contributes to the rise of market power, that's a kind of an institutional channel that we can look at. In other work with Jan de Lucker and Simon Munger, we try, of course, you know, how can you do institutions? This is a very hard problem, but, you know, we basically have a technology kind of component and we have an institutional component. We find that it's about 20%. So, you know, lack of antitrust enforcement is a role, but if you think about what is 1980, it's not just Borg, it's also the start of use of computers. That's the time that we really start to use. There was IT before, there was information technology before, but households start to have computers, companies start to use computers, their servers. The 90s is the World Wide Web, in the 2000s is mobile phones, in 2010 is big data. So there's kind of been changes that before were not there. And we measured this in terms of changes in the technological kind of configuration of these firms, intangible capital, much higher fixed costs, increasing returns to scale. These are also things that contribute to market power as much as Borg would have done it. Now you could say it's an interplay of the two, right? Because if you have this technological change, you should have kind of antitrust enforcement to undo it. And that's probably very close to the story. But anyway, in a study that we do, we try and tease out the institutional channel from kind of the technology channel. Coming to the point on you know, where does the monopoly come from? I agree, you know, there's this old paper by Jim Schmitz on the iron ore industry in the northern US, in the lakes, and this industry was a monopoly just kind of by geographical setup. Okay, so it was very hard to have competing steel coming in, and then so there was like huge rents, and there's very inefficient production. And the story you're hinting at is exactly that, right? And then the Brazilian steel came in. They managed to have kind of more efficient production and also better transportation. They come in and the industry disappeared. Okay, so it was exactly that, inefficient production. So you say, how can you kind of get this rent extraction when they don't do it efficiently? But I think what we see with the new technologies is slightly different. I don't know if you heard of Jim Bezos talking about what he calls the Amazon flywheel, which is all about the opposite. It's about becoming so productive that you compete away your competitor. It's the opposite story. I'm not saying that these don't exist today and that they haven't existed in the past, but with many of the new technologies, all these not only superstar workers, but superstar firms that are competing to win the market, and then because there are returns to scale, because there's, call it network externalities, all kinds of natural monopoly situations. Once you're in that market, you know, you have but you have to keep on innovating even there, because if you talk to these executives, they say, we have to innovate all the time. You know, Google is under threat now from Microsoft because Microsoft came up with ChatGPT and they were threatening their search market. I mean, who, you know, a year ago would have said that Google was under threat in the search market? And then now, you know, I have Bing on my phone to do ChatGPT. I mean, I would have said Bing. Who uses Bing? It's for old ladies in the Midwest. And it's still, I mean, you know, it's something that can change so fast. They have to all the time innovate. So while some of that kind of comfortable monopoly situation is there, I think now it's much more about, you know, uncomfortable but still monopoly, because the returns to scale are so big. And that's a different story then into how this transmits. Tito's question about, as I said earlier, I would love to do something on non-competes and all this kind of restriction. It depends on the level, because non-competes can also lower wages. If you have lower level wages, you know, there's crazy non-competes on even barbers and things like that in certain states in the US. I mean, that lowers their wages, right, because there's lack of competition, but for these executives, it may go the opposite way around. I think it's interesting, and it's basically relaxing this competitive market setting. On the measurement, we have to try everything. I mean, we're going to see measurement for Europe. We're going to see, and I hope we can have a discussion after. Let me say the following: let's do everything. Let's try and measure in different ways. So at the moment, you know, people that work with the underlooker, people have come around and they say, yeah, the way you measure these markups, it's not, and it's a hard problem, because what is a markup? Price over marginal cost. If there's something we don't observe in an economy or at a firm, is the marginal cost. We can measure average cost, we can measure total cost, but marginal cost, how do you do it? And so then you have 1,000 ways of doing it. The only thing I can say is that if you don't look at, even if you look within markups, you do it with the different approaches, you know, BLP, Barry Levinson Pecos, the demand approach, a completely different approach. Well, one of the things we've done is, because people ask the question, how reliable are, we put them on the same graph. We can take out the firms from our sample and look them next to the cement industry or the breakfast cereal, which they have done in IO. We get very similar estimates. Okay. The difference is, of course, that they, for the requirements of doing their analysis, they have a very narrow window of data, so they don't see these long trends. And if they see a difference of 1% in market, well, they say, oh, yeah, sure, 1%. But of course, if you have 1% per year over 40 or 50 years, that's a huge change. And I think that's where a little bit kind of the shock comes from most of the people who've worked on this for all their lives. But there's not just markups. I, on purpose, put up the figure of the market valuations, the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones, because it's kind of, you know, it's like, it's not a very good indicator of market value because it's a small number of firms, but it's something that we all know and we hear in the news all the time. Why is the market value or an index of market values a good indicator? Because ultimately, if firms are not profitable, their market value is not going to go up. And so if markets are competitive, you shouldn't see a 7% growth in the market valuation of firms. And so where is this coming from? I mean, it can't be just technology, because if it's technology plus competition, that's going to go to the customer. So that surplus is going to go to the customer. Okay? So it cannot go to profits. And if it doesn't go to profits, it can't go to market valuation. So something is going on. And we can talk about whether that measure of the market value, the markup, is the right measure. And again, let's try everything. John Haltinger has recently come out with a paper with different measures. We had done a long time ago a very similar, and we match up what he finds. There's different ways of interpreting it. I think the best thing is to have an open debate. But let's look at markups, market values. Let's look at profit rates. Let's look at dividend payouts. All these things, and the one thing we see repeatedly is two things. That over time, since 1980, there's a change. But the second thing is that this change is mainly in the distribution. Okay? As a result of talking about this, people ask me to talk to more professional organizations, and one of the most interesting experience I had was talking to professional organizations of firms, and there was two organizations in Europe, one for all firms, mainly representing the big ones, and one representing the small firms. And the small firms come to me and say, we agree with you. The one representing the big firms says there's no problem. And this is the key thing that we say, well, market power has gone up. That's basically, business has kind of become more powerful. Well, no, it's a few firms, global firms, that are killing a bunch of small firms. And we see that in the declining startup rate. We see that in a change in basically a number of indicators, okay, that is completely changing this distribution of production. So we have these superstar firms that are there, and it's these superstar firms that drive this rise in markups, because if you look at the distribution of markups, it's all driven by the 90th percentile. It's not coming, the 50th percentile is flat. That means that half of the sales, and this is weighted by sales, this is not just the number of firms, half of the sales in the economy are coming from firms that have actually lower profits than they used to have in the 80s. I think it's important to keep in mind that this is kind of all about the distributional change. And I'll leave the discussion about Europe, US for this afternoon, because we're going to see first the data. There's a few things that I would like to add depending on what we see, and I hope there's time for discussion of that. So I'd suggest to leave it to there. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we move to the next presentation. So we started to talk about salaries of superstars, managers, and then the second presentation is exactly about that. So I'm very happy to invite Jan van Oors and his co-authors, Thomas Peters and Enrico Pennings, to come here on stage and give the presentation. Or maybe just one? Okay. Okay, whatever you prefer. Thank you. 45 minutes is okay, and then 45 minutes is okay. 45. Okay, we'll give it a try. Or no, 45 to 60, and then we're going to have the discussion by Fabio Landini, and then we open the floor for questions.
I thought in Italy time is but a concept.
Yeah, but we might still say.
Okay, thank you. I want to have a sort of a general disclaimer. There are some typos in the overheads, and I'm responsible for all the typos. But having seen the earlier presentation, there could be more typos than I'm anticipating now. It's about superstar earnings and stellar wages, and part of what I'm going to talk about has been dealt with by Jan Eekhout, but I think we have things to add. So what are we talking about? We're talking really about the high end of the income distribution, the income share of the top 0.01%, sometimes referred to as the 1% of the 1%, which is extremely rare. One of the problems in getting good data on this is that if you take a random sample of 10,000, you have one person in there which is, or no persons who are in this high income bracket. Just to give you some idea about what I'm going to talk about, there's a huge range if you look at the country level. In 2021, 20 OECD countries, which I'm going to talk about in a bit more detail, The income share of the top 0.001% ranges from 0.5 to 3.8%, saying that the top 0.001% earn 50 or up to 380 times their share. What I'm also going to talk about, but not in great detail, is the income inequality that is increasing also at the high end in some, but not in all countries. So it's a very diverse picture. I'm going to say something about income tax, not a lot. So it's basically about superstar earnings and stellar wages. And we discussed among the three of us, do we see any grounds for policy intervention, doing something about this high end of the income distribution, and we will argue no. So the outline, I'm going to talk you through a little bit of theory. Of course, everyone can imagine what a superstar is like, but still I'm going to highlight some of the discussion which is in this type of literature. Going to highlight some empirical studies, basically mention it, giving you a flavor of what has been done in the past, looking at some countrywide empirical studies about athletes and entertainers and about CEOs, because athletes and CEOs, they come back later on. I'm going to talk about cross-country information, 20 OECD countries, income share top 0.001%. I'm going to say a little bit about the capital share in the national income, also a little bit about marginal tax rates. Then we're going to do, that will be done by Thomas and Enrico, about 2 case studies. We looked at the top 100 CEOs, and we looked at the top 50 and top 100 of athletes. Now, there's a choice there, because we simply had data on athletes, top 50 and top 100. We could have done other type of analysis. I looked up the football Women's World Cup 2023, who are the top 5 earners in that Women's World Cup. The top 1 is Alex Morgan, who had an annual income of 7.1 million. Basically, most of that was off-field, so by other means of income. Then the 2022 Men's World Cup, the number 1 was Kylian Mbappé, who earned $128 million. Basically, mostly was on-field. So that's a different way of looking at, if you already start from the beginning, make a distinction between women and men, then you're talking about completely different numbers. Now I'm going to say a little bit about what do you need to get into the top 0.001%. I think Alex Morgan, the number 1 female football player, she would be at the margin. So she could be in, or maybe not, in the US. It's a US player, but in the US she would be at the borderline. In Europe she would definitely be in the top 0.001%. So we're going to have some policy issues, some general, something about CEOs, something about athletes, and then concluding remarks. Now, superstar earnings. I think in the paper we start with a quote by Atkinson et al. I think Atkinson, I can't remember the others, Piketty, 2011. And they observed that there is growing inequality. There's growing inequality all over the place, but also at the top end of the distribution. And they claim that traditional theories are not very helpful. So they refer to the superstar theory, which is always, well, it's also sort of a marketing thing. If you talk about superstars or super earnings, then that draws attention to people immediately. And the idea is that the relative performance, and there is a winner-take-all payoff structure, basically meaning if you're slightly better than your competitor, you get it all, and your competitor doesn't get that much. Now, the idea of the superstar theory goes back to Sherman Rosen, who wrote a couple of papers on the economics of superstars. And his line of reasoning is you can become a superstar earner if there is an easy way to transfer your whatever you do to a large audience at low marginal cost. So it could be television, internet, big stadia. And I think he has a remark that poor talent is an inadequate substitute for superior talent. Basically, I think they did some tests where they listened to people singing and then ranking them, and then you couldn't, by hearing what they sang, you couldn't hear who was the superstar earner and who wasn't, but apparently there is something, a slight difference. So Rosen said rewards rise more than proportionally with talent and ability. And he also mentions classic examples, athletes and entertainers. Now we figured for some time to also look at entertainers, but that's too complicated. That's not as clear as athletes where you can measure individual performance. And entertainers is usually group phenomenon, and then they go on stage with groups of 10, and then they have the band is 4, and so in the end we decide to focus on athletes. But in a later paper, Rosen also says a little bit about managerial talent, that also the superstar phenomenon might be present if you go to companies. We've heard about, if you heard Jan talk about the super scale rewards in big companies. I'm going to say a little bit about what people found in previous studies. Then in 1985, there was Moshe Adler, I think he's called, who said, well, it's also about popularity. It's not just about talent. And he brought into the idea that if you're popular, you're also able to get more income out of what you do. And that could be by coincidence. So by coincidence, you attract the attention of an audience, and that creates a snowball effect, and then in the end, you get a very high income, while the origin of that was by coincidence. So this happens more to I think, entertainers, but also sometimes to athletes. If by coincidence someone has an injury, and then they can show their skills, if it's football or hockey or something, they can show their skills by coincidence because they're now allowed to play on the field, and all of a sudden everyone sees how good they are, and that creates a high income for them. Also for CEOs, I think I have a couple of examples. And also for CEOs, there could be some randomness in this. By coincidence, they get into higher earnings. Now, these are empirical studies of the top 0.001%. Now, I don't think there are any studies really focusing on this top 0.001%. So it's usually a part of a broader study looking at the 1% or the 10%. And some of these studies actually go back in time a lot. So there is a study on India, Germany, Spain, and the US. And I think the German study is about a century, starting in 1913 up to 2013. The India study starts in 1940 up to 2015. The Spanish study is 1930 to 2015. And the US is 1917 to 2013. So really very long time developments in this share of the income share of the top 0.001%. And even, well, I shouldn't say even, but there are differences in these country studies in the sense that India, Germany, and the US, they show sort of a similar pattern. It's not identical, and there's a level difference, but the general pattern is very high in the beginning of the time period, so say the early 20th century is high, then it goes down, stays flat, and then goes up in more recent period. For Germany, it has been quite flat over the whole time period. Now, I didn't look at it in great detail because Germany is a bit complicated country in the last century, so I don't know exactly what they did, but it's sort of flat around 2%. Well, the studies from India and the US, they have something like in the beginning of the 20th century, it was 4 or 5% of the income which the top 0.001% had. Then it went down even in some countries to 0.5 in the middle of last century, and now it's going back up to 4 or 5. So there is some idea about long-term developments. I have the impression it's more descriptive. So the First World War, this is happening. Second World War, this is happening, and stuff like that. There are also a couple of studies which look at the heterogeneity in the top incomes, and these are all countrywide studies. So some countries, the top incomes are predominantly wages. In other countries, it's only a very small part are wages. Well, as you see here, that Australia, France, US income from capital dominates at the high end, but in Canada, income from wages. So it's not, there are huge country differences in these top incomes. There's a study by Burkhauser et al. Looking at the UK share of women that has been increasing. There's a study by Hay and Young, I think it's in the US, which tries to understand what is going on by using classical theories, more looking at the returns to education, finding that that's an important determinant. So skill bias, technological change, and so on and so forth. And there are a couple of cross-country studies of which I mention here too. They're overlapping by the same group of authors. What they do, they compare Europe and the US over the last 4 decades from 1980. And much to my surprise, and I'm still digesting, so I don't know the explanation, is that they find that in the US there's a greater redistribution of income than there is in Europe. And they have some numbers where they say what's the income share of the top 10% divided by the income share of the bottom 50%, so the bottom half. And in 2017, that ratio was pre-tax was 20. So the top 10% earned 20 times the amount that the bottom 50% earned. And the post-tax was 12. So they go from 20 to 12 via the redistributional system, which is a drop of 40%. In Europe, the difference between pre-tax and post-tax is only 20%. But it goes from 10 to 8, so it's a different level. So there's less inequality here, but I was very surprised by their finding that it's more redistribution in the US. Now, there are a couple of studies about athletes and entertainers, and there too you can group them. So there are a couple of studies which look at individual athletes. So people whom probably most of the audience knows about Michael Jordan, David Beckham. And they find that when Michael Jordan participated, TV ratings were higher. When David Beckham was on the roster, I didn't know that, but I now know that he was, when he played in the US, I forgot the club, Thomas? Yep, LA Galaxy, yes. So he was on the roster only 17 times. I thought he played a very long time. And he only actually played 5 times. And he got an income of several $100 million of dollars. But when he was on the roster, so it wasn't even sure that he was playing, the ticket sales doubled. So not just when he played at home, but also away. So there was some sort of like a spillover effect of the presence of David Beckham to the whole league. And that's why part of the salary of David Beckham was paid by the league, the MLS, Major League Soccer. And so it was, I think we would refer to it as some Disney phenomenon. You want to see David Beckham play because, well, you want to see David Beckham play not because you're very skillful. Well, he was very skillful, but that's not why you go there. Then there is Freddie Adu, which maybe you haven't heard of because he was not a very skillful player, but he was very popular. So there, he attracted many people to the stadium, but it was more on popularity than on skills. I did a paper some time ago about Johan Cruyff, the professional football player and my favorite team, Feyenoord. He played there for 1 year, and the reason why he played there, because he used to play for Ajax, and he went to Barcelona, then to the States, and back to Ajax. And we, as Feyenoord supporters, never liked him. You realize he was a good player, but he was for the wrong team. Then he went back to, at the end of his career, he went back to Ajax, got into a fight. Because I think he wanted to have 1/3 of all revenues, and they said, no, we're not going to do it. And then Feyenoord said, well, you come play for us, we'll pay you 50 cents for every person attending the stadium in excess of a certain number, I think 20,000 or something like that. He said, yes, I'm going to do it. I have the impression that it was amazingly successful. He made Feyenoord champion, the number of attendance increased, but it was not popularity. Because when he started playing, there were banners, Cruyff go back home, and people really didn't like it. But he was, at the end of the season, everybody was happy. And so even the individual athlete is not always clear whether it's talent in terms of skills or whether it's popularity that drives superstar earnings. Now, there have been some studies, earnings differences within teams, and they basically show that a variety of things. A lot of these studies have been on Italian football, not because it's so great, but because they have a lot of information about wages of players. So, well, Lucifer and Simmons, they did something on goals and assists, showing that if you score a goal or you have an assist, that's highly rewarding in terms of your salary. Well, I'm not going to read the others to you, but it's sort of all looking at the effect of performance popularity measured through Google Trends and stuff like that. And they all matter. Now, entertainers, which in the end we decided not to include in the empirical part of analysis, there has been some studies. There's Kruger, who measured the number of millimeters of print in a Rolling Stone encyclopedia on rock and roll, and he found out that has a relationship with the concert prices and revenue. And there's I think it's more an historical study by Koenig, who looked at the share of entertainers in the top 1% US wage distribution, and he did something like, I think it's a regression discontinuity type of thing. With the introduction of television, their share went up. So that's sort of a mechanism through which people can generate more income, because it's easy to make whatever they do available to others. Now, the CEOs, we already heard Jan Eekhout talk about this. I'm just a couple of studies which sort of I think are interesting. I think it Benon and Muller-Nathan in 2001, they showed that there is a lot of randomness in CEO rewards, and the randomness was measured by the price of oil. So whenever the oil price goes up, well, if you would think of a consumer model, you would think, oh, so there will be less consumption, firms will have it more difficult. But in the oil industry, if prices go up, profits go up. And the CEO earnings, they were affected by the oil price, but especially if the price went up. So there's an asymmetry there in the effect of the oil price. And there are a couple of other interesting studies which are not so much on the phenomenon of superstars, but showing something about the CEOs. So, of course, companies are always happy if their CEO gets some award, wins a prestigious prize. But there are two studies which show that that is not very helpful for the firm. And so there is usually a lower firm performance after a CEO wins a prestigious prize. And it's not regression to the mean. It's not that because by coincidence you do very well, you win a prize, and then the next year you go back to the mean. So that's not the phenomenon. If I understood it correctly, it's a real phenomenon. Well, I think Gabet Jan mentioned that CEO compensation followed the evolution of the average firm value. I think there was a conference in 2013, wasn't it? Wasn't it also the Fondazione conference on CEOs, where US CEOs, they are paid tightly to firm performance, more tightly than the European one, but there was not a big difference between the two, US and Europe. Well, market power has become more important. We've just heard everything about that. and also that CEOs receive more pay in concentrated markets. So that's sort of a story that sometimes they are able to exploit their position in the market. Now, what we also have been doing is collecting cross-country information, and this is not, on the one hand, it's very easy, and on the other hand, it's not so easy. It's very easy in the sense that there is this World Inequality Database, which is very accessible. You can if you write down one line in Stata, and it brings you down all the data that you want, and you can work with it. You have to be careful because you have to write down which date you downloaded these data, because they keep on updating it, and sometimes they go back in time updating it because there are sometimes weird bleeps in the data. But what they do is they collect a lot of information about pre-tax incomes, and what I'm going to show you is the share of pre-tax national income of individual adults defined as people who are age 20 plus. And what they do, if you have two earners in a family, they split it up equally. So there are all kinds of decisions made to generate this data. What they do is they collect information from about income tax. They have survey information, they have national accounts, and they bring it all together. It's an amazing, amazing job. So they don't make a distinction between earned income and capital income. It's only for the US I could find it. As I said, it's on the one hand it's very accessible, the other it's very complex, but it's very difficult to get a clear overview whether you get certain information about any country. It's a bit of trial and error, and I couldn't find a lot there. Well, the focus is on the 1% of the 1%, so the top 0.01% income, but just to compare some numbers, there are also data about the top 0.1% and the top 1%. Now, there is some info. I'm lost in time. How much? Oh, okay. Yeah, but Thomas could fill it up. We're talking about athletes. That's half an hour. So I have to. Yeah. So there are a couple of time series that go back in time a lot, about a century. I think that there is Australia, but I didn't put it in because 2 lines is sufficient. It already shows that there is some overlap in the early part of the 20th century. There's a downward trend in the income share, but after, say, 1975, there is a clear difference between France and the US. France stays quite stable, the US goes up a lot. Now, this is only available for a limited number of countries. This, in the paper, we have it for all 20 OECD countries from 1980. That's a magical year, apparently, because you also have 1980. So it has to do with data availability. And here you see the US on top. So the US is sort of the last bit of the previous graphs is stretched out here. You see the UK, and I've put in Italy as well. Italy is flat for a long time, then it goes up. But, well, I'm not an expert whether that's something to do with the data collection, whether it's a true phenomenon. Yeah, so there is development differences in level. This gives you some idea that there is some structure in this income distribution. So the horizontal axis is the income share of the top 1%, and the vertical axis is the income share of the top 0.01%. So the numbers are different. Horizontal goes from 5 to 20, and the vertical goes from 0 to 4. So if you go to the US, so the US here, you go here and there, you see that in the US, you're at the top 0.01%, you have 4% of the national income. If you are in the top 1%, you have almost 20%. So the top 1% is 20%, top 0.01% has about 4%. At the bottom is the Netherlands, where it's 7 and 0.5. So if you're at the top 1 share, you earn 7%, so 7 times your share. But if you are at the top 0.01%, you earn 50 times your share. But you see that these countries are sort of, well, I didn't draw a line here because I don't need to. You can see it for yourself. There is a clear relationship. Now, to get some idea about is there any structure in this in these developments, we did a simple analysis. We looked at the income share of the top 1.1%, and we related that to GDP growth and some labor market institutions. I still feel a labor economist, so I can't resist the temptation to see do labor market institutions matter. This is average over 20 OECD countries, and you see this is GDP growth. So GDP growth goes up and down. This is the great financial crisis. This is COVID. This is the income share of the top 0.01% average over all these countries. And you see that goes up almost steadily. Yeah, so GDP growth fluctuates, but you also see if GDP growth goes down, this goes down a bit. So it sort of follows the ups and downs of GDP growth, but with a trend-like development. So we did a simple analysis. So here is the top 0.01% income share. Then there are country fixed effects, so the level is taken out of the analysis. There are country-specific time trends. There's GDP growth and the labor market institutions. And we looked at several. I'm only going to show you some information about the level of wage bargaining and payroll taxes. Now, these are average payroll taxes. So you're allowed to ask, why do you look at these averages and not at the marginal? Because we want to have some idea about which type of country is on average, are taxes high or low? What is how does the labor market function? And this is what we find. There's a lot of numbers here, but I'm going to talk you through quickly. The top part is without labor market institutions. There you see GDP growth, and the number is almost always identical. It's highly significant. And the difference between the three columns is, first we have a common time trend, then we have calendar year fixed effects, so that's very precise in following whatever time does, and the third column gives you country-specific trends. So every country has its own trends, but the GDP growth stays very similar whatever you do. Then with labor market institutions, you see the first two columns, so with a common trend or with calendar year fixed effects. You see level of wage bargaining has a negative effect, so the higher the level of wage bargaining, the smaller the share. Payroll taxes higher, you see that the share is lower. But then the third column destroys it all by taking into account country-specific time trends. But that's, of course, then I don't know exactly what to do because the labor market institutions don't change that often, especially the level of bargaining. So if you put in a country-specific time trend, that eats away a lot of the variation. Yeah, so this is what I just talked about. Well, this is a reasonable, well, it's not perfect. So this is trying to say something more about the income distribution. I only showed you numbers so far. What if we go for the Pareto distribution? And the Pareto has one parameter alpha, which is correct here. That parameter summarizes the whole distribution. And what has been done in this literature is to talk about the alpha, but also talk about fractal inequalities. And fractal inequality is, for example, the share of income earned by the top 0.01% divided by the share of income of the top 0.1%. Another measure is the share of the income top 0.1% divided by top 1%. And well, these two are very simple, interrelated, although this doesn't show you exactly how it is interrelated, but it gives you the extremes here. So if F, so the fractal inequality is 0.1, then alpha goes to infinity. That means there's maximum inequality. So if fractal inequality is 0.1, it basically says that the share is in line with your income share is in line with the share that you represent. If F is 1, then alpha is 1, you have maximum inequality, one person has it all. Now these are fractal inequalities. Yeah, so this, the horizontal is 0.1 divided by 1, the vertical is 0.01 divided by 0.1. And you see for many countries, not for all, they're on a 45 degree, they're on a diagonal. Which basically says, whatever I do in terms of fractal inequality, it generates the same number, which gives some trust in the accuracy. This is the income thresholds. This is more just informative. So the US, you see, if you're in the top 1%, then you have to earn 400,000 euros. If you're in the top 0.01%, it's about 7.5 euros, 7.5 million euros. Now this is the shape parameter of alpha of the US, and that shows that there is some, it's going down here in the early 1980s, so that means that there's more inequality, but it stays rather flat, say, in this century. And these two lines, they represent different ways of calculating this, and they're very, very much the same. So I'm very happy with this Pareto distribution, and we'll come back also when we talk about athletes and CEOs. This is the capital share of national income on the horizontal axis, the income share at top 0.01%. I didn't want to draw a line because it probably would be flat, so it's not clear that there is a relationship. Something about income taxes. This is the top tax rates 2000, horizontal top tax rates 2020. And you see that, well, there is not a dominant trend in the variety of countries. So whatever is below the diagonal means that the marginal tax rate has been lowered. Whatever is above has been an increase. So in Italy, slightly below the diagonal, so apparently the top marginal, the top tax rates have been lowered a little bit. Of course, you want to see whether the top marginal income tax rates are related to the income share of the top 0.01%. So this is comparing levels. I don't see any information. This is comparing changes. So changes in the top tax rates and changes in the share of the top 0.01. I would be tempted to draw a line here. It would be an upward sloping line, which is somewhat of a mystery. So it's probably, that's why I didn't do it. I'm not going to repeat what I've done. I'm going to give the floor to Enrico, say something about CEOs.
Great. So as Jan already told, we wanted to do actually 3 case studies, also one on entertainers. But there the problem is really that, I mean, you get the data for the total group performance often if it's a group, and it's very difficult to attribute really the income to one of them, right? So if you have the income for you too, it's difficult to say what is that Bono Fox earns, right? So but the first case study I want to discuss is about the CEOs. So we use data from Compustat and Execocomp that Jan Eekhout already referred to. So what we did was for the years 2012 to 2022, so a period of 11 years, we looked at the top 100 of the total compensation. So what's total compensation? This the salary, but also the bonuses and other remuneration. So that can include, for example, contributions to pension funds. So if you look at the total number of CEOs in our data, so that is 524. So that's not 1100 and it's not 100. So there is persistence, but there is also a lot of new CEOs that come in this ranking. So I think Jan Eekhout already referred to it, so that the average tenure of a CEO was 2.5 years, I think you said. So if you look at here, the percentage that is still in the ranking in the next year, from 2012 to 2020, it was almost 48%. This number dropped during the Corona years. So there we see that there was much more fluctuation in this ranking, also much more fluctuation in the bonuses, right? So the profitability of firms really dropped during the Corona years, and that also means that the bonuses changed. So that led to that many CEOs actually dropped out of the data because in that year they didn't get a bonus or very much lower bonus. If you look at the total compensation of the number one, we also see something that Jan Eekhout and Jan already referred to, is that there is an increase, and this increase is more than the inflation. So in this case, it's quite extreme. So it goes from a minimum of the number one in 2012, 84 million to 296 million in 2021. So this was the CEO of Netflix that earned a lot of money. If you look at industrial structure, what we see there is also a changing trend. So while in 2012 we saw manufacturing was about 22%, we saw that increasing to 36%. So you can think of, say for example, NVIDIA, right, that went to the market this year. So the producer of semiconductors for artificial intelligence, this kind of new firms really drive profitability and compensation. So if we look at banking, so in banking we saw actually the biggest decrease. So a decrease from 16 to 10%. I think it has to do with Basel and new capital regulations, capital requirements. We see the profitability of banks decrease. So if you look at the data that we have, so we have here the total compensation. So this range, the maximum we have already discussed is 296 for the CEO of Netflix. But if you wanted to be in our rankings, you needed to earn at least 11 million, right? So that is the minimum of the minimum in our sample. So what we also looked at was salary, right, as a component of the total compensation. What we see is that salary is actually a very small part of the total compensation. We also see that salary is much more stable over time. So bonuses very much depend on performance, and that can fluctuate over the years, but we see that salaries are much more stable over time. So you'll see that the maximum salary is 20 million as compared to this maximum total compensation of almost 300 million. So you see it's really a small part. So the age was between 34 and 85 years. If you think of what is the typical CEO of in this top 100, you probably have an image of a white male, probably American. So that's really the case. So 93% is indeed male, 92% is white. So we looked at the names. We looked at also the pictures if there was doubt to see if this was a white or non-white CEO. So if you look at the percentage in the list 1 year later, so this was a number you already saw on the previous slide, so around 40%. So if it's really completely random, then in 2 years you would expect this to be 16% and then lower. So the 29% 2 years after show this persistence, right? That if you're in the ranking, it's likely that you're next year also in the ranking. So the share of salary and earnings, so this is what I already said. So the share of the salary and the total earnings is pretty low. So it's around 7%. And you see here an increase in 2022. And that's really the COVID year, right? So in the COVID year, this bonuses decreased. Well, because the salaries are pretty much constant over time, don't fluctuate that much. You see that you can explain this increase in 2022. Jan already showed the Pareto shape parameter for the US, the alpha of 1.5. He showed it's fairly flat over time. Well, in this case, you can play with graphs as Jan already did. If you see it here, it's really flat over time. But I want you to focus on the graphs for salary and for total compensation. So the salary is here on top. So salary is most equal, right? So that's what everybody explained. There's not a lot of fluctuation in salary. And but what you see is pretty much constant over time. So the total compensation also pretty much constant over time, and there's much more inequality in the total compensation. So you see a big peak also in 2021. It's because of this large compensation for the CEO of Netflix. Well, the total compensation for most of the CEOs actually dropped because of the first year of the COVID effect. So you see a big spike in inequality in 2021. So what we did was also some regressions. So first regression was log earnings. So I'm not going to talk a lot about it. It seems to be pretty much random if you look at total compensation. So total compensation is mostly driven by these bonuses. With salary, because it's more constant over time, it's there we see some significant effects, some maybe surprising. So this is only for the top 100. So for whites we see a negative effect, and for male we see actually a negative effect. So in the top 100 there are some females that actually earn a lot relative to the male. We also took into account log market value, right? Also to take into account the explanation that was put forward earlier, that market power or the markups, so that will be reflected in market value, also explains a little bit of the CEO pay. But in the top 100 that we have, we don't find here a significant effect. So we looked at the probability of staying in this ranking, of the probability that next year you will still be in the top 100. So also there we did our regression. So here we find that male actually has a negative effect. So if you're a male, you're less likely to stay in the ranking next year. And we see a positive effect of age. So if you're older and you are in the ranking, then you're more likely to stay in the ranking. Here we see a positive effect of market value. So if it's a higher market value, so the company has a higher market value, it's more likely that its CEO will actually stay in this top 100. So the probabilities to stay in this list, so this on the horizontal axis you have the rank, so the number 1 ranked to the number 100 ranked. So you can imagine it's more likely that you drop out of the ranking if you're number 100 than you're number 1. So that's what we see here, because we have here a line with a slight negative correlation. So you're more likely to drop out if you're at the bottom of the ranking than you're at the top of the ranking. So now I give the floor to Thomas Peters, so he will talk about the results for the athletes.
Thank you, Enrico. Thank you, Jan. So what we've done here is taking data from Forbes, and that's also the inspiration for having the top 100, because that's what Forbes does. So they make top 100s of athletes, also of entertainers, as was mentioned, which we didn't end up using. How does Forbes do that? So they use all sorts of media reports. So in effect, they go out and they research all of the deals that these people make, all of the open sources that they can find to see what compensation these athletes get. So what we can do is we can take this ranking, and the good thing about athletes, also compared to entertainers, is it's quite clear who's an athlete and who's not. With entertainers, the boundaries of the industry are more in fluctuation. So you might imagine that we didn't think of influencers as entertainers 10 years ago, but maybe we do now. So that is also a problem that Forbes is facing there. So in this case, there's two sources of income that are being distinguished. One is called salaries or prize money. So that means for individual sports like tennis, this is what you make from playing Roland Garros or Wimbledon. For golf, it's what you make on the PGA Tour. And then for team sport, this is salary. So this is really what your team or your club pays you. And then there's, of course, endorsements, and that category of income is whatever they make from commercials, IP rights that are not done through the club. So there's differences across sports here because, for example, in the NFL and in Major League Baseball, a lot of the IP rights sit with the club, whereas for golfers, for example, of course, they are the sole owners of their own portrait rights. So how does that look? So if you want to do better in life, become a top athlete. 44 million is the average payment that the top 50 gets. For the top 100, this is 32 million. And as you can see, the maximum at 300 million is on par with the CEO of Netflix. Now, I wouldn't recommend this particular sport because this is mixed martial arts fighting. So you might want to consider your long-term health perspective here when you. So this is the prize money of basically one fight that was taking place in in Las Vegas. So if you look at pictures of these people, you will understand it comes with a health penalty. 28.8 million in average salaries for the top 50, 23 million for the top 100. And again, so this 285 figuring here, that's that one bout or that one prize won in this one fight. So in that sense, that is also put into this category. And then there's endorsements, and so these are sort of their commercial deals. And they, on average, have somewhat less, so they're somewhat less important here. So that's different, if you want, from the CEOs, where salaries were far less important than other stuff here. The salary, which has, of course, some performance-based component to it, typically is more important. Then if we take a look at age, of course, that's where we're in a completely different world. These people are in their 20s and 30s. So most of them are quite young. So the average age in the top 50 is 24.4 years old. The average age in the top 100 is 31. The eldest people in this list are golfers, and they are in their early 50s at most. So this is really, a young man's game, because 97.6% of all the people in the list are male. So I can basically name all the females if you want. Serena and Venus Williams, Lindsey Vonn. Then we're almost there. So anyway, 62% of them is American. Only 40% is white. So that's a big shift from the CEO. So there's, if you want, on the gender front, this is a shift towards even less gender equality. On the race front, if you want, this is clearly a more equally distributed list of people. It's also a more persistent list. So if you're in the list in 1 year, the chances of being there the next year are actually 2/3. If you're there in 1 year, the chance of being there 2 years on is 55%, in the top 100, 50%, and 5 years on, 31%. So if you do that calculation in your head where 2/3 of 2/3 of 2/3 of 2/3, it's actually more persistent than that also. So the people that are there, they tend to stay on top for longer than the CEOs. And so here's a picture of that similar to what Enrico showed with the bonuses, only here's the share of salaries, while it's fairly flat over time, it's much more elevated. Now, the one thing to mention here is that where bonuses in the CEO case were attributed not to salaries, here there's a clear performance-based component in most of these salaries. For the individual sports, it's all performance-based. For the salary in most of the clubs, there will also be a performance-based component to that salary. If we look at these shape parameters, so how unequal is the top itself? So how does the first person compare to the 50th or 100th person? We have the same observation as we had before. This is flat. So as with the CEOs, as sort of the more recent years of the very, very top, we don't find inequality to have increased among this super, super top of the distribution. What is, to some extent, also surprising that we're at sort of 3, which means it's much less unequal than the 0.1 to 1% in the US, which is a 1 to 1.5. So to some extent, this, if you think about these Pareto measures, is a more equal distribution among the very top than among the slightly larger definition of the top distribution. Okay, then we did some regressions to try and explain. I think this is sort of summary stats on steroids, basically. So don't think of this as anything causal. This is just to show you a bit more clearly what's going on. If you think about the total compensation, so the last column, if you're older, you're higher up in the ranking. If you're American, you're also higher up in the ranking. If you're white, you're slightly lower in this ranking. And if you're male, you're slightly higher, or you're a lot higher, typically. Now, the trick here is, of course, that salary and endorsements is not what the ranking is based upon. So we take the top 100 by total compensation. That also means that you can either have high salary or high endorsement. So for some people, this is a bit mutually exclusive. So it's a bit tricky to do a regression on these subparts, because then you're sort of trading one for the other sometimes. And if you think about salary, for example, you see younger people having higher salaries, but lower endorsements. That is also a little bit just because of the nature of how the ranking is built up. If you think about the other factors, again, endorsements, they favor the males a lot. So not so much prize money. Part of that is also that there's been measures, for example, in tennis, to equalize the prize money across the two genders. So who are these persistent people? And in this case, we don't worry too much about GDPR. So this was the typo we knew. The first one should be all years. So the top category over there. So many of them are in, in the American sports. So basketball, baseball, football, by which we mean American football in this case. And then the other sort of usual suspects are golfers, soccer players, and tennis players. That's sort of the most prominent categories. So what is your chance of being in the list next time? So here we have 3 sets of things you might do. You might stay in the ranking. So basically, you get re-ranked the next year. You go up in the ranking or you go down. So if you're at the top of the ranking, obviously the chances of not being in the ranking next year are lower. So if you rank number 1, the chance that you're there next year is higher. If you're younger, you're also more likely to stay in the ranking. So that is different from the CEOs, but that's here because if you're old, you can't do this anymore, right? So that's a little bit what's going on here. If your pay comes from salary a lot, you're also less likely to be in the rankings next year. Now, that's also because salary includes this prize money component. So for salary, to some extent, you have to keep performing. Whereas for endorsements, a classic case is Tiger Woods. He was not playing at all for some years, and he still made the ranking because of his endorsements. So in that sense, you can sort of let it slack and still have these endorsements are sort of more stable than your salary or your winnings. Mainly because, of course, for your salary and your winnings, you need to be very physically capable. It's not enough to just be good. You need to be at the top of your game. If we then look at who goes up and who goes down, obviously when you're already at the top of the ranking, it's harder to go up still. So it's easier to go up if you're lower on the ranking. Younger people tend to go up, older people tend to go down. Salaries and endorsements, if you're if your endorsements are important, you're more likely to go up. If your endorsements are not so important, you're more likely to go down. This is that same graph that Enrico had, only we have two because we have a top 100 and a top 50. If we look, for example, at the top graph, it's clear the people that are doing best, that are on the left top, they are more likely to be there next year. So that's what this shows. So, summing up what we sort of have from these case studies is that we still see huge variation even among these very top people. We see people with income of 300 million in both cases, and we see people with only 10 to 15 million in earnings. In athletes, salaries and winnings are more important than endorsement. By contrast, you might say CEO bonuses are much more important than salaries, or at least a fixed part of the salary. The total alpha is the same in both. So the inequality in the top 100 for CEOs and athletes is actually quite similar. And in this case, it's the more unequal part is the bonuses for the CEOs and the endorsements for the athletes. There is quite some persistence in being in the top 100, but the persistence is clearly much larger for athletes. So the athletes are actually the category that stays on top quite a long time. And if you then calculate lifelong earnings over this time span, people like Roger Federer, who was in the top 10 for all of these years, you get to earnings which are in the range of $500 million, 600 million over 10 years. So that's significant. And then what happens with age? If you have higher age for CEOs, you're typically more likely to stay in the top 10, top 100, but for athletes, you're more likely to go down. So the question we want to discuss then is, of course, what should we do anything about this? And the idea is, of course, that large and rising inequalities and the public anger which might be provoked by this, they might warrant some kind of intervention. And then I think it's important that we sort of distinguish between intervening in the labor market and intervening in income. So increasing marginal tax rates for top incomes comes with some known disadvantages, such as maybe increasing tax avoidance. You might know that the athletes, if you have some of your own country in that list, they now live in Monaco, they now live in the Seychelles, they now live in Miami. Basically, that might be for tax reasons. And of course, you want to be careful about not reducing incentives to be at the top of your game. High earnings, as is sort of clear from the literature in this case, are in this case a combination of talent and luck, and the fact that they are to some extent lottery gains actually is a good case for taxing quite a lot. What you want to avoid, of course, is that these marginal tax rates have a big effect on effort, and that's sort of the double-edged sword of using them. That would sort of be a sort of very general policy, but there is probably in this case, what we would argue is what we see in some of the graphs Jan showed is that there's not that much relationship between the very top earnings and these marginal tax rates, at least what we find in this data set. So then let's talk about these sort of more specialized markets. Should we do anything about specifically CEOs and athletes? And the first question is, of course, is CEO pay a problem? And what we would argue, so that of course is a very difficult question. Do these earnings themselves have negative spillovers on society, or is it mainly shareholders shifting rents from them to CEOs? And I think in the gist of what Jan was saying, the question is really, is this a reflection of a problem in terms of market power, which means that the rents would be there anyway. The question is then, how are they shifted around between shareholders and CEOs? Or is this, and then in that case you might say this is not the problem, it's just the expression of the problem, right? And the underlying problem might be that we need to think about what to do with concentration rates, what to do about growing market power. That's not what typically is suggested as a remediation for high CEO pay. So what we think should be then the question, is there some reason to intervene in the rent shifting between the shareholders and the CEOs? And there are some policy interventions that do exactly that. So there's, for example, say on pay laws, where shareholders get more control over what the CEO makes. There's disclosure laws for salaries and bonuses. And typically what we do see is that these things tend to temper CEO salaries. Of course, that sort of gives the people that have the incentive to do something about this, namely shareholders, the tools to do something about it. The question, again, the larger question is, of course, is this to the benefit of society or is this to the benefit of shareholders? Because if we're not tackling anything to do with the underlying reasons why these payrolls have been rising, then probably we're just rewarding shareholders even more, where we already saw that that is probably not the most urgent need in the economy. So should there be new or other policy interventions? Well, maybe we should not be looking at the labor market in so much, but at the product market or at more antitrust, as you have argued for a long time. And then let me say something about this industry that I've studied at quite some length, which is, to some extent, it's quite remarkable that I'm talking to you about athletes, because if there's one group of people that have tons of regulation trying to limit their payrolls, it's athletes. And specifically, if you take a look at where do these people come from, so there's 364 individual athletes, so people that appear at least once. So there might be 1,100 in our data. It's actually only 364. The majority of them comes from the US and Canada and from major league sports. So that's the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball. And let it be these leagues that actually do most to limit the payroll of the top athletes in them. So what are some of the things they do? Most of them have salary caps, meaning there is a league-wide maximum on what any one person can make and what any one club can spend. There's luxury taxes, which is a system where if a player earns more than a certain amount, this amount is taxed extra by the league. There's a system called free agency, which limits their mobility in the first part of their careers to one club, namely the club that has drafted them. The draft favors the bad clubs to draft first. So that means typically if you're a superstar, your first contract is with a low-end club. So in that sense, you might say, in America at least, there's a lot of things happening to limit these payrolls. So what is the matter? Why are they still showing up in these numbers in the top of the earnings distribution? The answer is all of these measures are about rent shifting. There is no one measure that thinks about, is the industry as a whole making too much money? And what's happened in sports is that all of the leagues in this list have seen growth at a rate of about 10 to 15% over 25 years. And if you grow like that, if you're a sports club, there's not that much to spend your money on, because the only cost you really have is players. So all this boils down to who gets the gains. Now, if you want to do something about the gains, again, we end up in a situation as to asking, why do we let this industry accumulate so much money when, at least in some of its trading, it's clearly on shaky antitrust grounds. For example, selling joint TV rights. In the case of Major League Baseball, they have a antitrust exemption, which is just all-encompassing, based on that in 1922, they were not interstate commerce. So you might say they're now interstate commerce, probably international commerce. So there would be ground to revoke that. If we think about our own sport, which is then football, or soccer, as it's called in this slide, actually there's not that many soccer players in this list, which is in itself quite remarkable, you might say, because there's this is the largest revenue sport in the world. Having said that, the crux here that it's played by many more people. So while football generates in Europe about 25 billion euros at club level, there's many, many more athletes, because the American leagues, they keep their number of clubs very small, and on those clubs, they keep the roster quite dense. So there's only about 32 times 50 American football players, where there are tens of thousands of soccer players in Europe. Having said that, I think we might soon have to change the label Europe for Saudi Arabia here, so that's another thing we might want to think about. All right, so what do we think about these interventions? And I've said most of this already. We think that most of them, what they achieve is shifting rents. So it's not really about, in that sense, achieving the policy aim, because what we would be doing is making Abramovich, Sheikh Mansour, the Saudi Arabia Investment Fund somewhat better off, because they have to pay Messi and Kevin De Bruyne somewhat less. The question is that what society needs? And probably we rather need to look at where are these rents coming from in the first place. So in our view, there is not real scope for more regulation in terms of the labor market in these industries. Concluding remarks, Jan, do you want to do this, or? Let it go? So I think we've said all of these things, and I think we invite you to discuss us. This is us, by the way. I'm going to note your comments now.
Thank you for the presentation, and I invite Marta Prato from Bocconi University to discuss the report. I'm going to stay here to open the floor afterwards for additional questions. Thank you, Marta.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me to discuss this paper. And here are my slides. So this was a very interesting paper to read, and I think this is a case of a paper and a topic that is of interest not just to economists and to academics, but it is really of general interest. In fact, I brought here some headlines from major media outlets that are talking about inequality, worried about potential consequences. But this is also a topic of interest in policy politics cycles. And in fact, the woman on the right here is an American politician, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who I think would certainly benefit from reading your paper that is of great relevance to her political agenda. So what I want to do first is that this is a paper with many, many results. And so I want to give a summary of what are the key takeaways from this analysis, according to me. So in the first part of this paper, we have seen a presentation on the evolution of the top 0.01% of the income distribution in 20 OECD countries from 1980 to 2021. And of all the results that we've seen, the key takeaways for me is that, first of all, we've seen that in the last 30 years, there has been an increase in the income share of the top 0.01% from about 0.8 to 1.8%. Now, behind this average trend, we also see a lot of variation. So the second takeaway to me is that we see a lot of variation across countries on different dimensions. So on the one hand, we have seen that the degree of inequality in this top income share is quite different across countries. But also, another thing to keep in mind is that the source of this top income is also quite different across countries, where in some places it comes more from labor income, and in others it comes more from capital income. And finally, on top of variation across countries, there is also quite some variation over time. So even if this trend has been increasing in the last 30 years, in years before that, we've seen times with high top income shares, low top income shares. So this is something that is not fixed in stone. And then we've seen these pretty interesting results that said the fluctuations in economic growth matters for this top income share, but the ones in marginal tax rate, not so much. And I wanted to focus on this a little bit, on first, the result on economic growth. And this, partly because this is one of my research areas, this was a very interesting result to me, to see this very robust correlation between GDP growth and the top income share. And we've seen in the presentation this correlation persists even when we include various type of controls, country fixed effect, time trends, when we control for labor market institutions. Now, why does that matter to me? That is because, in my mind, this shows evidence that there is some movement about two things that we care about. One that we think is desirable, like economic growth, and one that potentially is less desirable, like top income inequality. And I'm going to come back to this point at the end of this discussion. The other interesting fact to me is that instead what this paper shows, which is the picture on the left here, is that there is essentially no correlation between the top marginal tax rates, that here on the x-axis, and the share of the top 0.01% on the left axis. However, something that I thought was also interesting that the paper points out is that there are other studies, such as the one on the right by Piketty and co-authors, that look at different measures of these top income shares. So the one on the right is for the top 1%. And in this case, we do see this negative correlation between top 1% share and the marginal tax rate. So this is something that to me was quite interesting and I would like to learn more about. There is one slight difference in these pictures. So one is for 2020 on the left, the one on the right is 2005, 2009. So I think it would be interesting to me to compare these figures for the exact same years, and then try to understand better why is it the case that at some point the correlation between marginal tax rates and top income shares vanishes, especially at the very top. Now we've then seen two very interesting case studies, and what I did here is just to try to draw some similarities and differences between the case studies we've seen. So one is for the top 100 CEOs and one is for the top 100 athletes. And I think one of the main similarities is that we've seen in both cases, even among this very, very small category of individuals, there is a lot of variation in earnings. Some similarity is that in both cases, these are mostly men who are the top earners. And one difference is that in the case of CEOs, these are also mostly white males, whereas for athletes, we see some more diversity in terms of races. But finally, one very important point to me, one very important takeaway, is that especially in the case of CEOs, we see a very high turnover of who is ranking in these top categories. And this is something we also talked about in the first presentation. And it's some indication that according to the paper, there is really not a main barrier to entry in this top ranking. That is one of the considerations when we think about policy interventions. Now, the very last part of the paper has this very interesting discussion on policy intervention. And the authors present both some reasons why we may want to intervene in the superstar incomes and some reasons not to. So first of all, let's start for the potential reasons to intervene in superstar incomes. The first thing that comes to mind is that we might think about taxing some of these stellar wages and then redistribute this income to reduce inequality. Now, I think one very interesting point that these authors bring up is that, but what is the ground for government intervention in a contract between true private parties like a CEO and a company? And one potential argument is that we might be worried that some of these contracts have negative externalities on societies. For example, it could be the case if, especially in the case of CEOs, if these contracts really reward high risk, we might be worried that CEOs take very risky actions because they can have a great payoff if they are successful, and there is relatively small punishment if they are not successful, but this may spill over in the rest of the economy and in society. Now, these considerations also brought to my mind another point that is discussed in this literature on unfairness on repugnant transactions. And this literature says that actually it is possible that individuals' utility is affected by some contract or some transaction, even if the person is not directly involved. And a typical case here would be, for example, the market for organs, where even if I'm not an organ seller or an organ buyer, I just would consider these transactions so repugnant that I actually would be willing to pay to prevent this transaction from happening. Something pretty interesting to me is that there is now some recent literature that try to measure whether this is the case on actual observational data. This is the case of this paper by Holtz and co-authors that during the pandemic were able to measure sort of part of the outcry about very high price of sale for some of the necessary goods such as the face mask or the hand sanitizers. And they do find that actually individuals will be willing to pay some of their money to stop these transactions from happening, which is an indication that this actually affects their utility, even if they are not directly involved. So to me, it would actually be quite interesting to see whether these individuals that find the stellar wages outrageous, would they be actually willing to pay to stop some of these transactions from happening? Now, on the other hand, the authors conclude that there are reasons not to intervene that offsets the reason pro that I just described. So what are some of these? First of all, it's not clear that it is the labor income that drives this increase in the top 0.01 income share. Part of it is due to capital income. And also, as we've seen in the case of stellar wages, a large part of this compensation is tied to performance, which would lead us to think that these concerns about negative externality are actually not that large because incentives of the CEOs, for example, are pretty much aligned with that of the firm. And then the authors also discussed the results of a paper by Boyer and co-authors that says that actually there could be some undesired side effects from misguided policy interventions. And some of these could be, for example, tax avoidance if we try to tax the stellar wages, or reduced effort. And to these side effects, I wanted to add a couple that came to my mind, that one of them is the brain or talent drain, and another one is undesired effects on innovation and growth. So on the brain drain argument, this is because there is a recent literature that shows that the location decisions of the superstars are highly responsive to tax rates. And there are, for example, papers on athletes or papers on superstar inventors that show the elasticity of mobility of these individuals is very responsive to marginal tax rates. So in other words, where the tax rate is going up, these individuals are very likely to move abroad. So this is, to me, one additional concern. Potential reason not to intervene is that trying to intervene on stellar wages may lead these people to move away, and this is a brain drain for the country. But on top of that, some recent literature, including some of my own work, has shown that these very talented individuals not only are very productive themselves, but they also produce positive spillovers in terms of productivity and knowledge diffusion on others around them, which points to one concern that perhaps taxing the superstar earners could lead not only to brain drain, but also affect knowledge diffusion. Now, finally, we've seen some CEOs, we've seen some athletes. Why did I bring inventors in here? The reason is that there is some recent evidence that says that innovation actually plays an important role in top income shares. This is a paper by Aguillon and co-authors that, for example, points to the fact that when we look at the wealthiest individuals across the US states, about 20% of them are listed as inventors on a patent. And then even more of them are perhaps managers of a firm that patents. These would be the CEOs that we've seen before. And even if they're not managers, oftentimes they're owners. Now, even more concretely, they show that there is a correlation between measures of innovation and top income inequality across the US states. And they argue that part of this correlation is due from a causal effect from innovation on the top income shares. That is due to the fact that often this very successful innovation turns into the creation of new products or even new firms that give high returns to the innovator. Now, why do we care about all of this? That is because innovation is considered one of the key engines of economic growth. And in fact, something that I study in my research is that oftentimes, if we want to foster growth, we want to then subsidize these inventors, which is at the very odds with the idea of taxing some of these stellar wages. So to me, this is one more reason to consider not intervening on these superstellar wages, because actually taxing some of these superstar earners, some of which are inventors, could lead to a decreased effort on innovation. And this also brings me back to this table we've seen before about the co-movement between GDP growth and top income inequality. And so I want to leave with this sort of open question of whether is there a trade-off between policies to reduce top income inequality and policies to support economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. And we have a fair amount of time for questions. I don't know, maybe the authors, you want to come here. Maybe you want also to reply to some points by the discussant, and then we pick questions. Do you want to say something before the discussion?
No, well, we want to thank Marta. You've given us some food for thought in various dimensions. One is the graph that is puzzling me, where you do find a clear negative relation between marginal income tax rates and share of 1%. It can't be the percentage thing, because the 1% and the 0.01%, they're very much correlated. So I would have to redo whatever they did for the 1% and see whether there's something there. I think we should also do the empirical analysis with the growth rate, including the top marginal rate and not the average, for example. But one of the things that I think I said it, but I could have stressed more, is that there is something like an autonomous development in the increase in the share. So the GDP growth explains the fluctuations, but there's a clear trend going upwards, and the trend doesn't explain anything. It just says it's there. As to the other comments you made, they're very helpful. I think if we go over the paper to digest all the comments you gave us. Thank you. You want to say something?
Yeah, specifically the point on inventors I really liked, because I think this is indeed a category of people, together with the athletes, where it's very easy to some extent to say, this is truly something productive that it's very hard to argue with. You have your name on this patent, this is your innovation, it's a very clear performance. So in that sense, you might say, both of these categories, if their wages are really tied to what they perform at in their innovation activity or in their sporting activity, this link is very clear. So in that sense, I also like innovation or inventors as an example of where it might be really not so smart to break that link, because probably the link is quite strong.
Okay, thank you. Can I just pick on this point? So I open the question time about, I agree with what you say, but one important difference, I believe, between athletes and CEOs, and maybe to some extent innovators, is that I'm pretty sure that if you give Federer, I don't know, 5 million per year, right, and 50 million per year to play tennis, and maybe you think about redistributing this 45 million to young tennis players or to schools for young kids to play tennis, he would play anyway, right? Because that's what these people love to do, right? So I can imagine that if you are a CEO and you're working many hours per day, and then maybe they decrease your salary, and you bear a lot of legal risk, and they decrease your salary, you may think about doing something else. But my perception would be that the elasticity of effort to salaries for athletes would be very low. I think the big issue with athletes is feasibility of changes in the tax schemes or limits to the salaries of these people, because we have seen in Europe, the paper about the soccer players. I mean, these players, they would go to another country that offers them a better deal, right? But in terms of, I don't know, the structural response of each athlete or each player to the compensation, I think it would be much lower than for CEOs or other categories. But maybe that's just my impression. I don't know. Any more questions? Yeah, Mario.
And it's very quick. What can we learn on the Take this one. Works. Okay. What can we learn on the wage productivity link, from comparing athletes with executives? Bearing in mind that there are, of course, a number of differences in these two labor markets, but I think there is something in your result that tells us about, this link.
Thomas?
Yeah, do we do all questions together, or?
Maybe we pick another couple. Here, Emanuela.
Thank you very much for these contributions. I think that in all studies and analysis regarding markups, superstar firms and superstar workers and CEO, there is, the elephant in the room is demand. We take these problems also because of data always on a bit too much from the supply side. While, for instance, also from the presentation of Jan this morning, it emerged clearly that there are demand factors that are relevant, so that it's not only pay for performance, but there is a component in this wage that is also a pay for the job and the market, in the sense that as long as the demand supports your product and your innovative rate is good enough for your demand, the story, there is a self-sustenance in this story. Well, I found very interesting the athletes part, because in a sense, I guess my intuition is that in that case, performance counts much more, because as long as you are a good performer, there is some noise in the part of endorsing that I didn't get completely probably, but at least if we restrict our attention to the salary component, it would be nice maybe to compare the two categories of CEOs and athletes to try to disentangle the importance of demand. And another variable that I think is another elephant in the room is risk. And this risk. And this probably will emerge in the afternoon by comparing the EU and the US and the sectors where markups are higher in the US, the reallocation component and the high-tech giant that we don't find in our context. It's also probably due to, at least partially, to higher risk-taking behavior in the US and higher risk sector that are more innovative, that use technologies that are on the frontier, while we are more specialized in sectors that are more mature and, in a sense, have lower risk. If you want to argue a bit about these issues, thank you.
Yeah, maybe we can start replying and then we pick a few more questions.
Yeah, I can say a little bit about the last question. So I think also for CEOs, if you look at the compensation is largely composed of bonuses, and these bonuses are related to performance, and performance is related to demand, right? So in that sense, I think also for CEOs, this demand is important. So for risk, also here, the risk-taking for CEOs, I don't know how it compares to athletes, but because of these bonuses, you're much more likely to take risks, because of course there's the downside losses are limited, right? But the upward potential is enormous. I don't know how this compares to athletes, whether they increase their risk in order to, in the end, win a match or something, right?
Yeah, maybe going on to this point and also your earlier point. Well, I agree that you might say that the absolute effort that's being put in by Roger Federer is not different from the absolute effort put in by Pete Sampras, who earned a lot less in his career. And I think that goes to your overall point that why is, to some extent, this whole industry why does it need to be 10 times larger than it was in the 1990s when what they do is pretty much the same thing? I want to make 2 points against that argument to some extent. One is that the increased endorsements and the increased popularity of this industry does come with real disadvantages to the workers in this industry. It is not possible for someone like Lionel Messi to have a normal life, quote unquote, even if he goes to live in Miami, which is a country where he's relatively unknown. So in that sense, I would argue that it is not the case that this is these people perform 90 minutes kicking a ball, yes, but their whole life is very much affected by the role that they have. So in that sense, I do want to stress a little bit that this is not, in all aspects of it, you know, an easy life to have. You're scrutinized 24/7. If you're playing in England, the press is at your door all the time. That is not always nice. Having said that, we don't need to overdo it. It also goes back to, I think, what I try to convey about antitrust in sports is that the current policies are not about your question, if you want. They are about, are more of the proceeds going to owners or players? And there's nobody in sports thinking, oh, let's tax and let's give this money to the poor or to schools or to even beginning athletes, or only to a very minor extent. For example, in collective bargaining agreements in the US, there is a minimum wage, but that's for people that are already in the NFL. So the minimum wage is 400,000, right? So that's not really, I think, what you're thinking about in terms of social welfare goals. So I think when you think about the existing policies, they don't do justice to these goals. They're just trying to prevent owners from being in a rat race to spend more than they should. So what I would argue for is think of policies that reduce the overall revenues earned in this industry as a whole. That will not change the relative ranking among the athletes, which is what they compete for and what motivates them, but it will give less than $500 million to Roger Federer. And I think that's also a point about demand. The thing is that this industry is popular, and so as a sort of revealed preference of society, we might say, well, society wants apparently to see this. Society is willing to pay. My most expensive T-shirt is a shirt of Antwerp Football Club. I mean, that is something that I voluntarily choose to have. So in that sense, there is not really nobody's really forced to spend their money on a shirt of Lionel Messi or to shave with a certain brand of shaving, because Roger Federer is the one in the commercial shaving himself with it. So in that sense, I'm not sure that I don't see a true externality of that, to put it that way.
Maybe add to that, I think that the negative spillovers of this high bonus part, or however we want to call it, is very different for CEOs than it is for athletes, because athletes, I don't see, well, it's maybe a personal risk, but it's not that the Dow Jones will go down if Messi gets seriously injured or something like that. And that's different from CEOs, where if a CEO takes too much risk, company collapses, that has huge spillovers. I don't see that at all in the athletes market. What has struck me in particular was that there is a big similarity between the two markets nevertheless. One is very intransparent, like CEOs have no idea what exactly they do. But for athletes, they're observed, well, maybe not 24/7, but they know exactly what an athlete does during the match he's playing. Very detailed, comes back once or twice a week, so it's very, very well monitored. And CEOs, you get an idea maybe once every quarter, once every year.
Yep, Andrea, Tito.
Thanks, very interesting and fascinating. I was wondering, also building a little bit on what Marta said indeed. So 0.01% of people in the US is like 30,000 people, so you spoke about 200, but there are many more, so of course I would be curious, but maybe it's very difficult to know who the others are, because of course it changes a little bit the discussion, whether they are bright inventors, the attitude may be different than if they are all Paris Hilton and rentier of various forms. So characterizing a little bit the source, more generally speaking, the source of this top 0.01% wage or income. A second issue I think is very important from a policy point of view is if they do pay their fair amount or not, because if they do already pay their fair amount, well, maybe we could decide to increase it, decrease it, but okay. But in many cases the issue is that in fact they pay peanuts compared to what they earn. So there is an additional issue in the sense that you compare with the marginal top tax rates, but this is not what it applies, in fact. And in terms of policies, I think one issue is the amount, so you focus on the amount, but I think there is a big issue, and I think Jan Manus now quickly mentioned it, like in terms of transparency, on how these incomes, wages are defined, so how they come to get this amount of money. So in the corporate side, let's say, maybe for CEOs and so on, there is an issue of, let's say, corporate governance, or how these wages are defined, the composition of pay committees, transparency you mentioned, and so on and so forth. So where maybe there could be some areas of reflection, let's say, on if things could be improved, not necessarily to decrease the salary, but maybe to align it better with the right incentives and so on and so forth. So big discussions and not new, and possibly we will never be closed. But so rather than maybe focusing on labor market institutions, even in the regressions, maybe more on the corporate side or other variables that matter much more for these people at the top.
Just I think there is a lot of material here, and it's a very rich report. And I wonder whether we can learn a bit more from two type of comparisons that are induced by the report. One is across countries, and the other one is more across the two types of trades we are working, athletes versus CEOs. On the first one, it may sound a bit surprising that you see more redistributive schemes in the US than in Europe, by all means. So I wonder whether this is related to the fact that the redistribution that takes place in the US takes place in a case where the tournament is a closed tournament. So it's basketball, there is a number of teams, there is no enter and exit mechanism. So that perhaps supports more the type of redistribution, which is very strong there. Salary caps, as well as this way of redistributing the stars among teams. So that, I think, is something we may want to think about. And the second type of different is related to comparison between athletes and CEOs in terms of the sources of incomes. In the case of CEO, it's very much related to what they do in the firm and what they do to the firm. In the case of athletes, as you were suggesting, it's related to things that are unrelated even to your performance. There are always endorsements that are so important and that pay even if you are not playing for years, like in the cases you are talking about. I also was always thinking, one of the questions in some sport, like soccer, is a case where everything is measurable. So you have a very clear measure of productivity, and yet most of the earnings of these people are unrelated to this productivity, although you would be able to really track and measure. So maybe that type of difference is related to the role that also Jan was mentioning at the beginning. So in the case of sport, players, athletes, popularity is so important that to some extent overcomes also the ability and the talent. So I wonder whether also along these lines you may think a bit. And finally, marginal tax rates. in the case of this individual, are not always a good measure of the extent of the taxation of their incomes, as you know, perfectly know, because marginal tax rates are always defined on labor income. These people get a lot of capital income, and there is a lot of tax avoidance there. So I think that is a problem. And when you talk about policy intervention, you may also talk about the scope for harmonizing a bit more capital and labor income taxation and measure to deal with tax avoidance. So that's, I think, a policy that you may want to consider.
Let's speak. There was another question here from Jan.
Thank you. I thought it was very fascinating, actually. And I think that the point that Thomas brought up about dealing with kind of other sources that lead to this compensation might be a first-order approach. I wanted to bring up one issue that's related to the point that was just raised, which is kind of a more global aspect of these are now global markets. Even if NBA is a kind of a very American kind of thing, you know, they start to play in London and the brand is very, very global. But at the same time, when we talk about, you know, if we agree that the first best policy is to really attack some kind of problem that has to do with some rent extraction in the way the system is organized, but if you want to use a second best policy like taxation, we have this global market for this product, and yet we have these very local markets for this taxation. And I think this comes out very clearly in this paper by Sijs and Kleven on the football players, right? That, of course, I mean, you know, we see a very low elasticity on effort, but we see a very high elasticity on location. Why? Because that's where the huge return on income comes from, relocating to a country where you have the Beckham rule versus a country that doesn't have it. And that has enormous returns. And so it seems to me that there's probably a little bit more hope for a second best policy like taxation if you would have at least a taxation that's global and in line with the market that's global. Because the distortions come from the fact that we are competing on taxes and therefore they're completely useless. But we probably could do a little bit better as a second best policy. And I think this might also relate to the measurement. I mean, this is now a very long shot, but the fact that there's a positive relationship between GDP growth and these top incomes, well, I mean, you know, if you would have kind of policies where the location would be much more competitive as well. All the CEOs from the European companies are based in the US. I mean, the best example of AB InBev, a Brazilian CEO with a company that's officially located in Belgium, but you know his income is coming from the US, and so they're all there for good reasons, because of for tax reasons also. So in that sense, what we observe in terms of these compensations and these GDP growth, this is not necessarily kind of reflecting what would have happened in a world where we have a global policy.
So I can say something about the first question about, say, the 1% of the 1%, and we have only analyzed part of it. So, but what is remarkable is really that in our findings, if we take the top 50 or the top 100, we see that there's not a lot of change in, say, the parameters that we estimate. So the parameter for the alpha parameter for the Pareto distribution, for equality or inequality, we see that it's pretty stable if we take the top 50 or the top 100. So it doesn't seem to be very much dependent on, say, how many we actually take. So another point I want to make is about these CEOs. A lot of money that they get in terms of income is really paper income. So they get stock options, and they calculate what is the value of the stock option at that point, but is only realized at a much later date, and it can be much higher or much lower depending on the performance of the firm. So it depends very much on, say, the future, how much they actually got. So for athletes, it's really the amount of money that they get it on their bank account, but for CEOs, it's not. So it's a big difference. Let me see if I have another point. So we also talked about, say, the CEOs and the athletes, and we know all the athletes, but if you look at the CEOs, if you look at their names, it's it's pretty much, we don't know many of them. So Elon Musk, I mean, I know them, but many of the others, I mean, I really don't know them. So what's I would like to see is also if they move out of the ranking, is it that they leave the company, or is it that they go to another company and then they're not in this top rank anymore because it's another company that has different rules. So I think these are also things that we need to look into.
Yeah, I'll deal with the sports stuff. So Tito, I think you're exactly spot on about this closed market, open market difference between the US and Europe. It's much easier to negotiate these kinds of settlements when you know that you're in stable arrangement with each other, right? So, and the interesting part is that the way this is done is it's been written in the collective bargaining agreement of the union with the owners, because then it is antitrust exempt. So all of this regulation comes about in a collective bargaining agreement, exactly for that reason. And so if you think about European football, it would not be possible to arrange one collective bargaining agreement with a ever-differing number of owners from ever-differing countries. And in that sense, the institutional setup in the US makes it much easier to come to these kinds of rules. So yes, and the one attempt we had in Europe to create such a thing, as you all are probably aware of, it failed in a day or three. So in that sense, I don't think we're looking for a speedy, that this will soon be available in Europe. Having said that, now I want to say something about, I think Jan, you were talking about this taxation problem, and indeed, of course, that is a well-taken point. What I think is also something that, in my view at least, if I can criticize some famous people here, in the size paper somewhat snowed under, is that the countries that are actually having the most preferential tax scheme are Spain and England, happen also to be the ones where the returns to making performance in football is obviously largest. So in that extent, I would also, apart from taxation, you would also want to think about what if Saudi Arabia, apart from what it taxes, has a much higher willingness to pay for the same sporting performance. I think that's also a big migration driver here in this market. And in that sense, if you think about location choice, there's taxation, but there's clearly also a yes or no economically realistic willingness to pay for a certain performance. Which is in a related paper that Jan and I have, we do something similar to what you do in your paper, in the terms of we sort all the football managers by their ability in Europe, and we see whether they go where they have the largest marginal revenue of product. And we find something like you do, that the rankings are extremely correlated. So in that sense, there's clearly also that aspect of migration, that earnings to performance are clearly quite different, even apart from taxes across markets.
No, I only want to add to that you've given us a lot of food for thought. In terms of policy, I would always be a bit reluctant to be too outspoken about certain policy measures, because we didn't analyze the effects of any policy. We just give a descriptive analysis of a general phenomenon in various countries, and of a specific phenomenon in two occupations, so to speak. And it's very difficult to come up with policy recommendations in terms of tax evasion or stuff like that. As to the representative, well, Enrico already said about it. We have two groups of 100 people every year, and which we look at. And it doesn't seem much if you compare it with the thousands of people who are in this top 0.01%. But it's very difficult to tackle it otherwise. There are no good surveys on this top 0.01%, only because of the sheer number, isn't it? A sample of 10,000 gives you one observation. So you need to go to the tax authorities. And I'm not sure that they're very willing to open up their archives for us to do some fixed effect analysis of certain people.
Maybe time for one last question. So if I can say just something at the end, I mean, you mentioned many times entertainers, and musicians, and I hope at some point to say something also about them, because I think this would be an extremely interesting market, because probably among all sectors that we were discussing or mentioning, it's the one that underwent the major technological changes within the last 30 years, from long playing discs to CDs, and then now Spotify, with Napster in between. And this brought down like fixed cost and marginal cost to zero. So in principle, it should have favored entrants and leading to a more equal distribution of market shares. But there are also some behavioral aspects, right? So there's a limit to how much music we can listen to, how many singers we can follow, and so probably, I guess my impression is that it just led to more concentration on the very top performers. So maybe a topic for another conference. Anyway, thanks a lot for both presentations, both reports. Thanks a lot to Marta for the discussion. And now I guess it's time for lunch. So, okay, thank you very much.
sono un ballerino, userò le freccette, speriamo che funzioni.
Grazie.
Funziona. It works. So thank you for being here this afternoon. As you know, this afternoon the discussion moves from superstar athletes, superstar CEOs to superstar firms and their market power. So I'm very pleased to have here Emanuela Ciapanna from the Bank of Italy. She will present a research on measuring market power, the evolution of markups in Europe, and no role for superstar firms. This is a joint work with other 3 colleagues from the Bank of Italy, Sara Formai, Andrea Linarello, and Gabriele Rovigatti. So you have more or less 45-60 minutes, and then there will be a discussion and some time for, as usual, for questions and a general discussion. There will be a coffee break, and then the last session of the conference with a roundtable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having invited me, and I'm very pleased of being here. Now I have to say my statement. The views expressed in this paper reflect only the author's view and do not necessarily imply the one of the Bank of Italy. So this paper is still work in progress. So we started analyzing every kind of different data. We started with macro data, then we tried to focus on Italian microdata that were available for us. And then now in this version, we extended also the micro-level analysis to the other 4 major economies of the EU. So it's a paper on the major firms in Italy, France, Germany, and Spain, the so-called EU4. But it is still work in progress. So all your comments and criticism are more than welcome. What is the goal of this work is to assess the magnitude and dynamics of markups in the 4 major economies in the EU by employing several indicators proposed in the literature at the macro and at the micro level, discuss their features with pros and cons in light of the available data, and propose an accurate comparison with the so-called DLE Global, that is the paper from the Locker Eckhout on all the countries, investigate the potential role, if any, of superstar firms, even firms operating in special sectors, trying to see if at least there is a role for superstars among very innovative firms and regulated firms. And then we also compare our analysis to the one proposed in the paper DLE Global 2018 and give a small political implication because our results, as we will see, are quite different for Europe and we because their analysis is based on listed firms, while we look at all incorporated firms that are not so representative for Europe. So our concern was that some policies that could have been adopted in Europe and just translated from the US could be detrimental instead of accurately tackling problems that were actually present in the European context. Why, as a central bank, we deal with the competition, markups, and all these things? Okay, we know that as a monetary authority within the Eurosystem, our main objective is price stability. So also We look at market structure and we look at production system of different European countries to understand whether there can be an impairment in the transmission channel of the monetary policy from the to the real system, and also in the short run, abuse of market power and monopolistic positions could even impair inflation dynamics. And this is also true. We also have a role as a high consultancy for the government, for the Commission, for the IMF, international institutions. So we need to get a very clear idea of what's going on in the European context and in Italian context. So I like to start my presentation with this picture that is taken from the Wall Street Journal. This is the so-called, what I call the GAFAM duck that makes golden eggs because it's very profitable. And it depicts, it's a schematic representation of what is the trade-off between this, the action of the big tech industry in the US and their windfall profits, and the small men who represent the competition authority who would like to cut it into pieces and do a stew. So this is basically the big question that is now debated among antitrust authorities. What should we do? Are they still innovative? Are they still able? Will they be still able to make golden eggs? And is this good for static and dynamic efficiency? Or would it be better in terms of removing entry barriers and promoting innovation to cut it into smaller pieces and have more firms, even in the segment of the big tech? This is the debate that is going on in the US. And it is found also by researchers in the IMF somehow related or a potential source of explanation for some stylized facts that have been observed at the global level and have been reported in the WIO in 2019 by the IMF, that provide us with some conundra characterizing the US economy. In these four graphs, we see that in the first panel, there is a strange dynamics for investment and Tobin skew that at a certain point cross, and then the gap between the two curves increases. So Tobin skew is a proxy for market-to-book values of firms, and investment, even in a period like the one that is taken into consideration of low interest rates, seems to decrease. There is also an increasing worrying gap between financial wealth and real capital ratio. The labor share, as we have seen also this morning, is decreasing, and concentration seems to be increasing. So many researchers have associated these stylized macro facts that seems to provide us with a puzzle with this other fact that is taken from the QJE 2020, the Locker, Eckhout, and Unger, increasing markups since the 80s in the United States. So the rising market power could be at least one of the sources explaining the conundra that I just showed you. So our idea was to try to start from the same stylized facts that I just showed you for the United States, for the major four European countries, and see if we can retrieve the same patterns, and if we can retrieve the same patterns also in terms of markup, so that a coordination among antitrust authorities of the two countries could be desirable. Otherwise, maybe it's not. So let's look at the same exact four panels for the EU4. Now, in this graph, we see that we cannot retrieve actually the same conundrum that we retrieved in the previous one, because investment and Tobin skew don't cross, there is no increasing gap. Wealth and capital ratio almost co-move, and they are quite close to each other. There is no increasing gap in the last years. Labor share is much flatter, and concentration doesn't seem to show this increasing pattern as we saw for the United States. So until now, we don't seem to see a problem for the EU. But how do we reconcile the previous graph that doesn't appear to be puzzling to this graph that is taken from the global paper 2018 from the Locker and Eckhout, that instead finds very increasing markup. Basically, it's the same graph as that we saw for the United States, very similar both in trend and in level. And they also find that one of the sharpest increase in the data is found for Italy. So we were curious about this because either rising markup is not a good explanation for the US conundrum, or there is a problem with the European data. So we started investigating our markup, and I will give you a preview of our results. We used different methods and data sources, both macro and micro. We find that markups in the EU4 are mostly flat, while they are increasing in the US. We do not find any top firm-driven dynamics for the EU. There is no evidence of upward trends, not even for the knowledge-intensive services sectors, for the high-tech industry sector, so very innovative sector that you could still find some short-run rent from innovation. We don't find that. We also looked at in regulated sectors, and we don't find superstars, not even among the so-called protected firms. Markup level is around 1.1 in the total economy, while it's 1.6 in the US. And the dynamics, or if you prefer the absence of dynamics, the pattern is explained mostly by the within component, while in the US we know that the reallocation component is very important. We then try to reconcile the picture that we got from the global DLE paper for the EU, looking at differences in the sample and in the assumptions in the production function model, and I will talk about this later. What does the literature tell us about these differences between the US and the EU in terms of market power and markups measures? The literature for the US gets basically a consent in saying that markups have been rising all over the years since the 80s, both in the QJE from the Locker and Eckhout and Unger. Also, Hall finds in 2018 more modest increase, but still they are rising. Gutierrez and Filippon in 2017 look at concentration and margins and also find an increasing pattern. This for the US. So it seems that there is no concern about getting an agreement among researchers and pieces of literature for the United States. A different story is true for Europe. We have quite mixed evidence about markup dynamics. We already cited the global DLE paper, but also other researchers like Coltay and co-authors in 2021 find increased concentration and the tendency of to create oligopolies in several industries in a time range starting in 1998 up to 2018 in the EU. Instead, there is another strand of the literature that doesn't find these rising patterns. Probably the most famous is Gutierrez and Filippon, 2019. They do not find rising concentration and profits for EU countries, and they have a model where they try to provide a rationale to explain this difference, and they ascribe this difference to a stronger and more independent competition authority in Europe with respect to the one in the United States. the ECB in 2009, in a report that is on the topic, finds slightly declining markups for the euro area. And most recent paper is Bigelli and co-authors, 2022, that try to reconcile the idea of increasing concentration, which is associated with, according to them, with higher allocative efficiency, and still compatible with markups that stayed constant in all the EU 15. So what we do, we look first at macro measures, macro level sectoral data, and then micro measures. So first measure is really textbook EC 101, IO 101, but I like to start with this one because it's basically a sort of reference point for us. Even if it's subject to very strong assumption, we all know it. Still, I would like we would like to see how does it compare to the other measure. This is the Lerner index. It is well known that is the price-cost margin, and this is equivalent to the inverse of the elasticity demand, and MEL is the associated markup. How do we approximate this Lerner index in our sectoral data, in our data? We already saw this morning that the most difficult variable to be measured is marginal costs. We don't have marginal costs, unfortunately, so this measures approximate marginal costs with the average variable costs. So in the data, it's basically gross operating margin divided by gross output. It has many concerns, many cons. Its pros is it's very easy to measure. You can get data from the national accounts, and you can measure it both at the macro and micro level. You need to do this approximation, and in doing so, this is not exactly for free, because there is behind this approximation, there is the strong assumption of a CRS, and it doesn't consider capital, and it neglects fixed costs. Still, it's our first measure. Our second measure at the macro level, if you have sector level data, is the Roger measure from the JP 1995. What also this measure is subject to the assumption of constant return to scales, and basically under this assumption and the assumption of imperfect competition and Higgs neutral technological change, they find that the difference between the solar residuals of the primal and dual equation can be interpreted as markup. So there is this coefficient beta that through a transformation can be used to obtain mi-Roger, what we call mi-Roger, that is 1 divided by 1 minus beta. What is the problem with this measurement? That if you don't use, if you don't instrument, which they do in the paper, but it's not so easy to do it, and not so robust, you can estimate this beta that is basically constant over time, just with rolling windows. So you have basically an estimate that you need a very long time series to get a result that is properly that is useful, because it is an invariant measure of markups. Then we use this the DLW and DLE production function-based models for our micro-level analysis, that in a certain sense has a similar philosophical approach. It's always from first cost minimization problem, write down the Lagrangian, and interpret the lambda as the shadow price and the marginal cost, so that the markup in the end can be defined as the elasticity divided by the input share. Also here there are pros and cons. I myself personally consider it the pros much higher than the cons, because at the moment I think it's easy to compute with micro level data, and it has some problems with arbitrary weighting. It has some problem with measurement. and aggregation. Still, it is the measure that I'm going to present you at the micro level today. We have also the other measure that is similar, the DLW, but we use the assumption in the Locker, Eckhout, and Unger paper for the micro level analysis that I'm going to show you. So let's go to macro estimates. What are our data reference? Eurostat, detailed data on country aggregates between 1995 and 2020. We take sectors at the 2 digits level, industry and market services. So we restrict our attention to the private real sector. We do not consider financial sector, nor real estate, and nor agriculture. Gross output, value added, capital growth, total compensation costs, all these variables are available for all the 4 countries. And then from Ameco, we take investment deflator and long-term interest rate deflator for the Roger model. We introduce a correction for self-employment that is very relevant, particularly for countries like Spain and Italy, so that because labor costs in the national accounts only report the compensation of employees and not for the category persons employed. So to take into account this, to correct this problem, we basically have a measure of unit labor cost and apply it to the hours that are to the total hour worked, also for self-employed. It's an approximation, but it's better than considering just employees. Okay, so this is our first graph. Obviously, the measure is, as we said, a very rough approximation. It's on sectoral level data, but this is our first evidence. Lerner markup between 1995 and 2022 for the 4 major European countries. It seems to be settled at 1.1, 1.15, depending on the country. Flat, a bit decreasing pattern, very different from the one that we saw for the US. But also, you know, these data are are not so precise, are macro level data. This measure has the problem that I described before. So it's just the first evidence for looking at this. Under these assumptions, we do not find an increasing pattern for markups. Distinguishing between manufacturing and services, this is better because it's clearer. We retrieve what we expected. Total economy is in the middle. Manufacturing, industry shows lower markup than services. And this is true, this is Italy, but this is true also, for instance, for France, Germany, and sorry, I don't know why. Sorry about that. I'm not gonna do it again. Okay, the pattern is very similar for the other 3 countries. You can trust me. Sorry. This is the Roger indicator plotted together with the Lerner, so estimated for a period of 5 years, 5 years in 5 years. It provides a level that is higher, but the pattern is still decreasing, and the ranking is respected. The continuous line is total economy, the gray continuous line is total economy according to one index, and the red line is total economy according to the Lerner index, and the highest markups are for services and the lowest for manufacturing. So We also conducted a country level markups decomposition to understand if with sector level data the dynamics were explained more by the between sector component or by the within sector component, and the within sector component seems to play the most important role. So I like to conclude the macro level descriptive analysis with this graph, because this is something like a hint that we got, that we had to investigate deeper within sector dynamics. How do we do that? By investigating firms' dynamics within each sector. So we need micro level data, and we take our macro conclusion as our takeaway and start with our micro level analysis. So what data do we need to conduct this analysis at the firm level? We considered the Orbis dataset by Bureau van Dijk. These data are from 2004 to 2020. Okay, this is a limitation. We understand that this is the reason why we also wanted to conduct an analysis for the previous period under using sector level data, because it's quite of a recent period. It's not even 20 years, and this for this kind of research is a limitation. We are conscious. Still, it allows us to consider all the incorporated, a big sample of all of incorporated firms in the 4 major European countries. We use what? What are the indicators that we look at? The Lerner index, we keep it because of our reference point, just to understand if it's so different from the macro level one. But our reference measure will be the Locren-Deckhout and Unger markups. So let's talk a little bit about this Orbis dataset. These are annual detailed balance sheet data for limited liabilities companies across countries. The drawback of this data is that they are quite limited. The sample doesn't have a great coverage for all the countries. So there are basically on average for our 4 countries is about 50% of incorporated firms. It has more coverage for Spain and Italy. The one that is least covered is Germany. Still, this is more severe in terms of number of firms than in terms of gross output, value added, or employment representativeness, because the bigger are there. So it has to be, we have to be more careful when we look at distributions than when we look at the monetary variables on average, just to point out. For each firm, we got very detailed balance sheet data on book value of physical and material capital, value added, operating revenues, labor cost, investment, divestment, and expenditure in intermediate goods and services. So this is very important because we use the method of cost of goods sold, so we really need good data on costs. It's restricted to, we restrict our attention also in this case to the private sector, real private sector, and we exclude financial and insurance services as well as real estate activities, exactly as in the macro analysis. Again, production function-based markup, elasticity parameter, and the inverse of input share. So this is our first finding with the micro. We put together the micro and macro to compare them. And it seems that this is for manufacturing, sorry. The blue line is the markup according to the micro estimates. And we plot it together with the one that I already showed you in my previous graph for the Lerner index at the macro level. As you can see, there is no big difference. The macro one is a little bit higher, but the dynamics is really flat. There is no dynamics, basically. And the level is between 1.05 and 1.1. Same thing for services, same pattern, no big news compared to the macro analysis. So also, and this was quite surprising, sincerely, because, okay, I understand that it's just between 2004 and 2020, but it's really absence of dynamics with both measures, with the three of them. Also here, we computed a decomposition in the spirit of the Locker, Eckhout, and Unger paper. So here we can look also at net entry, reallocation and within component, but now the within component is within firm. And with the within component, also in this case, is the one that seems to explain the most. So even in terms of percentiles and our distribution analysis doesn't provide us with big results for larger firms, for even firms that have very high markups and are in the 90th percentile doesn't exhibit such a great dynamic, as you can see. Not for a little bit more for Spain, but just in the last percentile that we analyzed. Then we decided to understand what was the difference between the analysis in the global DLE paper 2018 and our findings. How can they be so different? And we understood by studying the paper that there were two assumptions that could cause such a big difference. One is an analytical assumption that concerns the elasticity parameter, the beta. Because in that analysis, the beta that they use is estimated on US data, and it is applied to all the other countries. So it's not something so strange, because if you think about it, what does it mean? It means to assume that the technology is not country-specific in advanced countries. I mean, technology is sector-specific, is firm-specific, not country-specific. That could be a plausible assumption. Still, we wanted to understand by estimating our beta on the Orbis data, so having a country-specific beta, how much this could change the analysis. The other big difference is that in that work, the authors, obviously doing this global paper for all the countries, they use listed firms. Their sample is restricted to listed firms. So while in the US, listed firms can be thought as highly representative of the production system for the whole country, in Europe we have a problem. In Italy we have a huge one. Because, okay, listed firms in Italy are 0.01% of the total production systems in terms of number. They are, of course, more representative in terms of value added, gross output, but still we are around 5%. We are talking about 250, 260 out of 4 million. So, and in the other countries, in the other EU4 countries, it's not so different. So the sample could be responsible for this difference. So what we did, a counterfactual analysis. We basically tried to replicate the analysis in the DLE global. This is the graph for Italy. I'm showing you this, but it's the same graph for the other three. I prefer to show the single graph because it's easier to disentangle the 4 curves, which is a bit more messy for the 4 together. So we used Warscope and beta DLEU for the estimated on US data, and this is the red curve. The green curve is always listed firms, but with the beta estimated on, in this case, on Italian data. The black curve instead is the sample of incorporated Italian firms with the beta estimated on US data. And the last one, the blue solid, is the one that I basically presented in the previous panel that represents markups in Italy estimated on balance sheet data on Italian firms with their own beta. As you can see, sample selection seems to play the major role to explain this difference in the findings. So it seems that for Europe, taking into account only listed firms, could drive results that are not exactly representative for the whole production system of European country, which is not a problem. I mean, it can be that one is interested only in listed firms, in their behavior, because they are the most relevant in the market, because we really want to compare listed with listed. And this is a possibility that is fair enough. It's also, I mean, it's also a group of firms that is the most relevant in a country, and it's totally understandable that a researcher or a policymaker wants to focus his attention on these firms. Still, we have to keep in mind, particularly on an antitrust policy view, that they are not exactly all the world in these countries. Okay, so if we want to do a policy for that group, it should be targeted to that group and not to the whole productive system and to the other incorporated firms, at least according to our results. And this is basically a table that tells us how different the WorldScope and Orbis, okay, Cerved is the Italian name for the Orbis Italian part. They are very similar. They are really different. Surprisingly, the beta are close, but our beta estimated on Italian data is higher than the one estimated on American data, so it's more higher elasticity parameter. But as we saw, that was not exactly what explained our result. This is just to say that also we started looking also for some superstar, and the only superstar, if we want to say so, that we can find are listed firms that are different, that behave a little bit different even from the last percentile, even from the 99th percentile, and have these characteristics of being listed, and should be probably they deserve to be more investigated on what makes them different from all the distribution. Then we tried to understand if we could try to make a special focus to look for some kind of superstars even in Europe. Okay, this is the usual analysis of the distribution and dynamics of the sales-weighted percentiles, and apart from the 99 that shows higher level markups in all the 4 countries, the dynamics are really poor. So we tried to address other questions. So we tried to, given that we really wanted to find some kind of superstars in Europe, because we were kind of frustrating on finding just a big 0, 0, 0, 0 everywhere, we tried to understand if there were special cases, special sectors that could be characterized by higher rent extraction just by their nature. So in the short run, the first idea was to look at the rent from innovation. So let's see if, at least in relative terms, more innovative firms, both in manufacturing and in services, could suffer of some kind of rent extraction from innovation, at least in the short run. Okay, this is our results for high-tech and low-tech industries, so nothing. There is something in the knowledge-intensive services versus non-knowledge-intensive services, but just a little bit in France and Spain, rather than in Germany and Italy, that are more manufacturing-oriented countries, but just in level, no dynamics. Other possible source of rent extraction that we thought about to see if there could be some kind of superstars of special cases, so where there are firms that could have some monopoly power and could behave as superstars is regulation. So we looked at, for protected superstars, we thought that maybe in some services regulated sectors, as defined by the OECD NMR index, we could find some different behavior with respect to the non-regulated firms. And also in this case, we didn't find evidence of very different patterns in markups for regulated versus non-regulated firms in Europe. But then, in this specific case, I think that the time range that we are looking at is tricky, because the most important, the major regulation reforms in Europe happened in the late 90s, from 95 to the first years of 2000. So probably here is not exactly the whole story. And in fact, we tried to run some very descriptive regression that could put together the PMR, that is the indicator of regulation of the OECD, and markups, and obviously markups at the macro level, because we don't have data before 2004 at the micro level. And here you find some dynamics, some decrease in dynamics, which was expected. So maybe we are just taking into account a period where markup in regulated services had already decreased. So our conclusions, I hope that you made it until now. We find that in our EU4 markups are mostly flat, while they are increasing in the US. Their level averages around 1.1 in the total economy, lower than in the US. We do not find a role for superstar firms, not in the total economy, nor trying to do a sector-by-sector analysis, nor we don't find higher markups for innovative firms, nor for highly regulated sectors, at least in the time range that we that is under our consideration. In terms of dynamics, or absence of dynamics, if you prefer, probably it's more correct, the most important factor seems to be the within component, while reallocation was playing a major role for the US. The DLE Global considers listed firms. We examine the differences with respect to our results, and we ascribe the main differences to the sample selection, that the other analysis is subject to taking into account only listed firms, while we take into account all incorporated firms in Europe. And this is a caveat. The only small little policy implication contribution of this paper, which is just a descriptive analysis, a measurement paper that just wants to assess with some degree of robustness, I hope, the level and dynamics of markups in the EU. The only advice that we can that we can discuss as a takeaway from this analysis is that antitrust policies should have really clear what is the context that they address when they undertake their reforms, and that one size does not fit all. Then, last slide, I promise. These are our possible way forward. As I told you, this is a project that is still a work in progress. Okay, first question, the most obvious one. What does justify this difference in markup levels and dynamics between EU and the US? So the explanation that we have in the literature by now is the one that I already anticipated in the literature review by Gutierrez and Filippo in 2019, that with a model they ascribed this difference to a stronger and more independent antitrust authority in Europe with respect to the United States. I mean, it's a nice explanation, but maybe it's not the only one. We also have a production system that is very different from the one that we have in the US. That we are characterized by higher fragmentation, no big tech giants. Our big firms are more present in mature and globally competitive sectors, like, for instance, the automotive. So probably also the characteristics that are typical of the European context could be taken in, could be compared to the characteristics of the US context to get some hint and justify this difference. Because, you know, in this difference, I guess, should be justified in relative terms, because in absolute terms, to justify a zero is not so easy. Then I wanted to conclude by trying to, with an open question, that is this a good outcome for Europe? Is it bad? I mean, in a sense, we could say, oh, there is more competition, the landscape is more open to new entrants, we don't have this big problem with big tech giants that the US have. So in a certain sense, at least in terms of, in a static view, there is less pressure downwards on wages, which could justify the different pattern that we saw in the first slides for the labor shares in the two countries. Less upwards pressure on prices, lower risk of loss in consumers' welfare, and this is basically what I call the bright side. Then there is a dark side, it's always shadow and light. There is lack in emergence of large companies, that, and this could lead to poor development of high-tech sectors on the technological frontier, which we observe actually in Europe, when we compare also like digitalization indices with respect to US and China, for instance. And it means a productive structure that it is less prone to take up the challenge of innovation. So it could mean also lower, it could justify partially also the poorer productivity dynamics. And so it's always, like always it's always a story of sort of a trade-off between static versus dynamic efficiency. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot for your presentation. I now invite Fabio Landini from the University of Parma for the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to read this paper. And also thank you very much for organizing the conference in this beautiful place. As I was saying to some of you yesterday, cinemas are very special places to me for two reasons. The first one is that, differently from what Jan Kaut said this morning, I'm still teaching in a cinema because we have shortage of room at my university. So I'm one of those who goes daily to cinemas, but more for teaching reasons than for amusement. And the second reason is that my grandfather used to own a cinema a long time ago. So I have very good memories of me playing in a room similar to this one, of course much less beautiful, but was still a cinema. So thank you for doing this in this place. Okay, now for memories. So let me just go to the discussion of this paper, which is very interesting. I very enjoy reading it. Let me start with just briefly summarizing the main content of the paper, which is very straightforward. So the paper is motivated by the fact that in recent years, several papers have documented an increasing market power in several industries, especially in the US. Whereas for Europe, the evidence, as was just said before, is much less clear-cut. So there is mixed evidence. There are papers pointing in opposite direction. Some papers suggest that there is a stable or even diminishing markups. Others suggest that markups are rising in Europe as well. So the main research question that is asked by the paper is basically, is the EU following US along the way of an increasing degree of market concentration and weakening of competition or not? And I add into the brackets what I think is also a very interesting research question, which is the end of the paper, but probably can be the beginning of the discussion later on, which is, if not why, because this is the, and if you see, and as you will see, by the end of my presentation, I will try to also provide some suggestion, I don't know if correct or not, but some intuitions along those lines. Okay, so what are the main results of the paper? The main results of the papers basically is that differently from previous works using similar approach, in particular the paper by De Locker and Koot, the paper finds two main results. The first one is that in these four countries, Italy, France, Spain, and Germany, there are flat or even slightly decreasing markups. And secondly, that there is no superstar dynamics going on in Europe compared instead to what happened in the US is a relevant difference. These results holds when measuring markups in different ways with different measures at the aggregate level, at the firm level. And the main suggestion of the paper is that this difference, in particular with the DLA paper, is related to the type of sample or population of firms that you are considering. Okay, so in their paper, they use listed companies, whereas they use a more, if you want, representative sample for Europe, as she correctly pointed out. So let me highlight what I think are the main strengths of the paper. The paper is very rich of empirical findings, and also, which is even more relevant for me, they all try to convey a very simple and relevant message, which I think is something that is, I think is a strength of a paper, because they all converge towards a very straightforward argument or result, let's say. It is a timely contribution because, as she was correctly pointing out, competition is the competition debate is very now on the news, both in Italy and more generally in the EU. And also, I briefly mentioned this, even though I'm not a macro guy, so I don't want to enter into a discussion which I'm not confident with, but you mentioned this in the paper, so I want just to add this, is that the results are also relevant for the debate on profit-driven inflation. Of course, I know that there is a big division among economists on this, but the implication would be that if profit-driven inflation were an issue, that the implication would be that this would be less of an issue in Europe than in the US, and this can have implications also for macroeconomic policies. Okay, so let me now go to the comments on the paper. So my discussion will proceed basically in two steps. First, I will try to debate the results, discuss some of them, not all of them because there are many. And secondly, assuming that these results are correct, I will try to discuss their interpretation, providing some intuition about what could be the explanation for this difference between Europe and US. Okay, so let me start with the first comments. So the paper starts with documenting diverging trends in some aggregate macro statistics. For some of them, like the one on investments and Tobin's Q, as well as the difference between wealth and capital ratio, I think that the evidence seems to me pretty convincing, although, of course, the time span are not always the same and comparable, but I think that the result is very strong. I have some doubts about two other measures, which are labor share and concentration, and I'll try to tell you why. Now, this is basically the graphs that compares the labor share in the US and the labor share in Europe. As you can clearly see in the US, between 1975 and 2000 and the beginning of the 2000, there was a very, very big decrease in labor share. And then from the 2000 to 2015, it stays pretty much stable. It fluctuates, but it is pretty stable. In the EU, instead, it is stable. But this picture is basically taken into account for the EU only the last period, now 95, 2020. And if we compare these two periods, and we also change a little bit the scale, I would say that the trend in those years is not very different between Europe and the US. So the big question is, what happened in Europe before the 1995? And on this respect, there are some paper, in particular, I cite this paper that was published in QG in 2014. It's a little bit an old paper, but they actually look at the trend in labor share, and they show that for the period before the one that you don't observe in your data, for some of the countries that you consider, there seems to be a decreasing trend in the labor share. So this picture down here is the one for Germany, and on the other graph down there, you can see like these are 10 years window averages, and you can see that at least for Germany, Italy, and France, the average decrease is larger than the one in the US. So, okay, so this is something that maybe you have to consider when you interpret the results. Now, with a concentration, you compare these two pictures, and so actually, if I understand correctly, you compare US with Italy in that particular picture. Again, here the time scale is a bit different. So in US there was a stable trend until the 2005, and then it is increasing. In Italy, it's much more, complex. It's not. I'm not really sure what you are measuring in the US. So I'm not sure whether you can really compare. Erfindel, okay? If you can really compare. If I limit the analysis to the period in which the US there was an increase, and I stopped to 2015, again the trend is not very different. So I was wondering whether you could do something more with the data. For instance, you could try to consider, since you have information for at least 4 countries, you could try to enlarge the measure for Europe. And I'm pointing out on this aspect a recent paper by Bajegara et al. They are the group of people working at OECD, where they actually compare the share of the top, I think, 10 firms across sectors, comparing Europe with US. So in this case, you have a very homogeneous measure between the two countries. And they do it for the period that goes from 2000 to 2015. And what they show is that when you measure concentration in this way, of course, the trend is very different. So this goes along it supports your results. But in Europe, you still observe some increase in concentration. So I'm not sure whether you can say that there is some difference, but maybe you can point also to these results to support or comment more on your aggregate statistics. After that, the paper goes to the analysis of the EU trends in markups measured with both aggregate and firm level data. The macro evidence, I think, is convincing, although, of course, as you also pointed out, one of the limitations that you lose a little bit of within industry heterogeneity, which matters in the measure of markup. In my view, you didn't comment this on the presentation, but so I will do it for you. So one of the results that I think is very interesting for Europe is the difference between services and manufacturing. Also because for some countries in manufacturing, after the big recession, let's say, there seems to be a change in the trend. In particular, this is true for Italy, which is the blue line. Sorry, because I'm looking there because here the screen is very small. Is for Italy and for Germany also there is a slight increase in most recent years. So again, this is something that maybe is interesting to explore in future research. But again, the result is that most of this decrease is driven in Europe mainly by the decrease in services. Finally, the paper measures markup at the micro level, and this is based on Orbis data. And the main aim, as you say, is explicitly to try to improve upon the LA paper, 2018 paper. And they do so, the authors do so by using Orbis data for 4 countries, Italy, Germany, and Spain, between 2000 and 2022. On this basis, they find stable rather than increasing markups. Now, one comment that I have is that, in question, which is, of course, a rhetoric question because I know the answer, is are we sure that these results are very different from the evidence in the Locker and Kaut paper? Because if you go to their original paper, in the appendix there is the markup for the different countries. And, of course, you see there is huge heterogeneity across the countries. And you focus mainly on France, Germany, and Italy. France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. And for all of them, you consider only this last part. And as you can see, for Germany and Spain, they also find a pretty stable level of markup. The increase is occurred mainly before 2004. For Italy, they find a kind of strange dynamics in the last years, but again, the increases much occur mainly in years before the one you observe in the data. In France, instead, you still have a constant increase. So one potential suggestion is maybe to try to, if you have the data, try to enlarge on at least some other countries. I know that you are considering the most relevant, let's say, but you are also excluding some of them in which, in those years, the increase in markup was very large, according to the results. For instance, Denmark, for instance, Switzerland, which is very small, Belgium, and so on. So maybe to enlarge the set of countries could make a difference in the aggregate measure that you obtain. Finally, the last comment I have on the results is on the Orbis data. Of course, as you said, Orbis data have many strengths, many advantages, but also some drawbacks. One of them in particular that I don't think you cite, at least in the paper, in the version I read, is that there's been some work suggesting that while in Orbis large firms are generally well covered from the early years, small firms are not. And there is some representation of small firms in the most, the oldest period. So in this sense, as long as markups are smaller for firms, are smaller for firms of smaller size, this may artificially push down the mean markup in the most recent year, and this could affect the dynamics that you measure. For instance, again, the group of authors from the OECD, they make a very, they use a different measure, but they do an exercise measure to test this distortion using an index of industry concentration, and they find that the size of the distortion could be fairly relevant. So for instance, the continuous line is the baseline that they obtain when they have a representative sample with no distortion in the composition and the representation of small firms, and the two dotted lines are instead the measure that they obtain with potentially distorted sample. And in this case, they find, of course, a diverging trend. So maybe this is something that you may want to consider. Probably in your period, this is not a huge problem because this underrepresentation occurred some years before, mainly in the period 2000-2005, but again, this is something you may want to consider. Okay, so overall, I think that the paper provides convincing evidence about a diverging trend in US and EU by considering homogeneous measures and time span. Should try to do that. If you can, could be useful to extend maybe the number of countries that you consider and discuss eventually potential limitations, additional limitations in the Orbis database. Having said that, my impression, and with this I move to the interpretation, is that the paper provides convincing evidence that in Europe the superstar issue is less relevant, and it also provides evidence that markup are lower in Europe, and that by enlarging the data set compared to the original paper, you have lower markups. I'm not sure about the dynamics, but this is something that you can maybe improve. So interpreting the result. Now, so let's assume that the evidence is true, and in particular, let's assume that EU firms enjoy less market power than firms in US markets, and also let's assume that there is no superstar firm issue in the EU. Which, by the way, is, I think, a relevant point for policy, because, of course, if superstar firms are there, of course, one of the main things that policy should do, and they are the main driver of market power, one of the things policy should do is to tackle that problem first, and then maybe consider other potential intervention. Whereas if superstar firms are not there, of course, you may also expand the range of policy intervention that you can make, and depending on whether it is useful to make them or not, of course, it depends on whether there is actually some issue in terms of market power. But if the market power is still an issue but is not driven by superstar firms, you have let's say, a broader, maybe, spectrum of policy that you can do. So the question then, assuming these results are correct, is why is that so? Why there is this difference? I think this is the question that everybody probably is considering after having read the paper. So the way in which we answer this question, I think, has important implications for policy, and I also think that there could be different explanations. So the first one is that there is a difference in the competition in the market for goods, which is basically the interpretation that the authors the authors provide in the paper. So the idea here is that EU markets for goods are more competitive than the US ones. Why is that so? Gutierrez and Philippon provide a potential answer. They make this political economy model in which they basically show that in supranational regulators tends to be more supportive of competition rather than national regulators. This could be the most straightforward explanation, which I think is also the one that, as I said, the authors put forward. Another potential explanation, again, I'm opening some potential insight, but we can discuss about them, is there exists between US and Europe some difference in how knowledge spread among firms. Okay, so on this respect, for instance, Akshit and others, they develop a model trying to explain the dynamics in the US, in which they show that a decline in knowledge diffusion between frontier firms and laggard firms can account for rising concentration and markups in the US. So one of the potential argument could be that in Europe, these things work differently somehow. So could there be some difference in institutions or in the, let's say, innovation ecosystem that explain this potential difference? I don't know, there is room for debate. Two aspects that I may want to highlight are, first, potential difference in the way in which institutions that support innovation for small firms could explain part of this difference. For instance, what I have in mind is the Fraunhofer system in the US, in Europe, in Germany, which is actually plays a very big role in facilitating access to new knowledge, especially to small and medium firms. This could be something that facilitates, in a certain way, the fact that laggard firms access some knowledge that is closer to the frontier firms and therefore improves also their ability to compete. And so it increases also, it reduces the entry barriers and it increases competition in the market. And also on the other hand, you know, there is the possibility that on the opposite, the innovation system in the US instead tends to, especially for some key technologies such as, for instance, AI, is favoring a big control of big corporations. There is some paper now showing, for instance, that among AI patents, for instance, more of them are owned by the top 8 tech firms in the US, and also that they have a lot of market power in attracting talented AI coders, which is again something that maybe in the EU could work differently. Again, room for discussion. Finally, I don't know, again, I don't know if this also, it could be also another important point, is that along differences in competition for the good market, there could be difference in competition in the input market. Okay, so in this sense, for instance, in this recent paper by Ye et al., they discussed, for instance, that our measure of the measure of profit margins that you obtain with these methodologies usually may increase for two reasons. It may increase because of markups, but it also may increase because of markdowns. For instance, in presence of monopolistic labor market, wages can be lower than the marginal revenue product of labor, which therefore would lead to rising profit margins. So another potential explanation, again, is a room for discussion, is that labor markets and the institutions of the labor market and the difference in the institution of the labor market between the US and Europe could partially explain some of this difference in markups. For instance, I'm thinking about the way in which wages are negotiated and also probably a difference in the levels of minimum wages. Okay, so finally, I think that overall the results of the paper are challenging and could be read through different lenses. And I think that insights from different, parts of the economic literature could be relevant, both in terms of the literature on regulation, innovation, and labor. Overall, my take-home message is that market competition is a very complex phenomenon that results from the interaction of multiple dimensions, and its promotion requires the combination of insights from a variety of fields, including for instance, competition policy, but also innovation policy and labor market policy. This, I think, is something that could be useful also for the later discussion. Thank you again. And
thank you very much. I invite Emanuela Ciapanna to come here so that you can probably react to the discussion, and then we take a few questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, there are some problems with the time ranges, but it's just because for the US I really wanted to. We took these descriptive stylized facts from the WIA of the IMF that was one of the first to introduce the debate. So I mean, I can just redo it myself instead of taking it from a source. But yes, regarding the labor share, I mean, thank you very much. I was probably in a rush when I was doing that graph, but it's even better. I mean, it goes to our side because you have a decreasing pattern also in the US. Right, so
but also in Europe.
In the last part, I think it was quite more decreasing in the US than in Europe. For what I don't know. Anyway, I will take the point regarding the issue of are they so different from the DLE global? Yes. In Italy, for instance, they estimate 2.5. We estimate 1.05. And also, I think that from the graph that I show you with the counterfactual analysis and the different parameters and sample, it's quite, I mean, the difference is quite large. Also, if you look at the distribution plotted with the listed firms, the graph that I show you in the end, and it's quite sharp also for France. Maybe it's less for Germany and Spain. But in that case, the problem is more the level than the dynamics. But still, if you look at the representativeness of listed firms versus all incorporated firms, this is an issue all over Europe, and it's much less than an issue for the US. But anyway, yes, we have to be, as I told you, this is still work in progress. It's not a mature paper, and we really should be more. We really should work on refinements, and thank you very much for all your work and your observations. We will work on it, and thank you.
So thank you. Are there questions? Tito.
Very small remark. Part of the differences in terms of the labor share may also be related to the fact that you do make this correction for self-employment. And we know that the composition of self-employment has changed quite dramatically in the last 20 years. So we have way more now in terms of the numbers of people self-employed, solo self-employed, fake self-employment, which is low productivity, and therefore if you keep on attributing the average wage to them, I think may bias a bit the results. Another thing, a difference between Europe and the US is also the fact that we don't have in the big tech in Europe, the main firms and the producers, and also along what Philippe Pon and others have been working on. Clearly there is this issue of it, but also Fabio was mentioning this about the national regulators that maybe at the end of the day, to some extent, working on smaller markets and therefore becoming tighter in this respect.
I have a tiny question. It's more, I was really surprised by how smooth and flat the estimates are, that they even wonder like if there was a filter or something, because the usual jump that you see in the paper by Ian, but also the jump that you see in concentration is so, the global financial crisis in Italy was had a big cleansing effect on firms. So many unproductive firms went out of the sample. So you see it in concentration, in the labor share in many countries, in their papers. So it's really surprising to see nothing happening at that juncture. Overall, it's very surprising in seeing total flat, not even small usual jumps that you see in the data, but nothing happening around the global financial crisis in Italy. Would you have an explanation how come that markups didn't bulge?
Should I?
Are there other questions?
Okay, you can observe a little bit bump in the German data for manufacturing, exactly corresponding to the sovereign debt crisis. Something also you can observe when I do manufacturing and services in the two manufacturing economies that are Germany and Italy, you can see a little bit of bump, but also the fact that one of the I suspect that a part of this smoothness comes from the fact that we use the cost of goods sold. So basically, in a sense, we average between labor costs and input costs, and we don't get so cyclical in Europe because in a sense, the cost of inputs and material and intermediate services, that is the one that is more cyclical and is more subject to this crisis, let's say. Is more than compensated by a labor cost that is much more stable than in the US. Another thing that I forgot to answer to the discussant is that regarding the sample selection in the representativeness of Orbis for small versus larger firms, I talk a bit about it. It is less of an issue for some countries. It is more of an issue for Germany, for instance. But what I can tell you is that in the case of Italy, we also made another robustness check that I didn't have time to present, and anyway, it was just restricted to the case of Italy. We did the same analysis on Istat data for the census of firms. So also very small firms were considered self-employed, and also the big ones. So the whole, not a sample, but the universe of Italian firms. And the results were robust, at least for that country, were robust with respect to the Istat data. So that I don't think is a big issue.
There is a question here in the front.
Thank you. I think it's great to have a debate on the data and see the different aspects of it. So I want to congratulate you, Emanuele, and your co-authors, and also Fabio for the discussion. Fabio brought up quite a few interesting points. I think the first thing I want to point out is that using these macro kind of estimates, you know, the first order condition holds at the firm level, not in the aggregate. Okay, and only if you have a representative firm does that go through. And so we have to be very careful with those, because they're really not part of the point that we try to make with the look is precisely if you look at the firm level. And I think at the firm level, the point that Fabio also made is that we see, if you would go back to your first graph that you kind of showed from our results, is between 2000 and 2012, markups are flat in the world everywhere. Now your period is, because of Orbis, between 2000 and 2004 and beyond. There's still to be explained what happens from 12 to 16, right? So there's that issue there. But basically, for the majority of the period, we have everywhere flat markups. Also in the US, by the way. Okay, there's a big of debate about why that is. We have a conjecture, but we don't know how to make it hard, which is that China enters in the WTO in 2001. And so what has happened there is that there's this huge opening of competition. Now, you know, this has taken a long time to go through, and then kind of, after a while, after a decade, basically, this was kind of had played its role. So, but that's just a conjecture as to what has happened. So I think that the time period is very important. If you could redo what you're doing, say, for earlier periods, okay, then it would be very interesting to see. In fact, we had seen all these data because there's people in Germany who did exactly what you've been doing, okay, with Orbis data. And this brings me to the point they dropped the project because they're really concerned about the Orbis data for the point that Fabio raised, is that this composition changes very dramatically, okay? And so, of course, if we talk about publicly listed firms, we have a composition issue there too, but the composition is more stable over time. So, of course, we focus on publicly traded firms. This is a hugely selective sample, but that sample doesn't change so much. But in Orbis, you have this huge change over time as to which firms are considered. Okay, and then if you're going to do microestimates on that with a sample that's changing, okay, and that's why the people in Germany were dropping what they were doing, because they were saying, we can't kind of match this to any other sample in terms of the composition and the distribution. What we have one thing to say about this in terms of the publicly traded firms is that in the US, we go to the census and we see very similar patterns. There's just a slight level difference, okay? So at least we know that the microdata in the US and the publicly traded data in the US give us the same outcome. So that gives us at least, the consolation that working with publicly traded firms is not so bad after all, because of that composition effect. And I think related to that is that when I see your levels of your markups, they're extremely low. They're at 1.1, 1.15. We don't find that for any data set. And so I'm a little bit concerned there that what you use either to estimate the production function and therefore the output elasticities might affect that level, or it could be through the measurement of the expenditure share. I think you use cost of goods sold in the case of the WorldScope data, but I don't know what it is like in Orbis, and that could kind of, also kind of have to do with what's going on. For example, Traina initially, like early on, looked at what happens if I use not only the kind of the expenditure on the goods that I use for production, but I also use the expenditure on the goods that are kind of, what we call overhead cost, flat markups. But the point is, remember that first order condition is only on variable inputs. So if you put these fixed inputs in there, then that screws up that whole calculation. And so there's, the combination of the data here and the what exactly is a variable input is a little bit of a worry here as to how we should interpret this. What I know is that Javier Miranda, I don't know whether you know his work, he's been using, I think it's called the CompNet data, comparisons across Europe. And he measures, for example, the labor share. The labor share is everywhere declining in Europe. This is based on microdata. So this is all different European sources that they have harmonized in Halle. And so they see for all the countries, they see a decline in the labor share. And of course, if you would estimate markups based on labor as a variable input, you see increasing markups. Okay, just because the labor share at the firm level is the inverse of the markup. Okay, so by construction. So looking at kind of really comprehensive microdata there, that gives me a cause for thinking that, we really, and I'm completely with you, we have to go deeper and we have to get to all the data and all the firms, and that's what you're going the direction, but I think we have to go further. And what I've seen from the Miranda work is that it's, at least for the labor share, they see this going across all different countries in Europe. And the last time, I don't want to take everyone's time, but the last thing I want to say is we wrote this paper on the global market power with the idea, and in the end, referees ask you to do things, but not so much as to compare countries, but to think about the global economy. And one thing, I think it was Tito who said this just now, is that if you think about the global economy, one of the things is that these firms, if I look at what I spend now, I spend a lot on Apple, I spend a lot on Google Apps, I pay zero, but through my advertising I pay it somehow. Before I pay this on my local newspaper, but this advertising now goes to the US. So this is a firm that's somewhere in California and that I'm buying stuff from. Whether its address is in Mountain View, California, I don't care. I'm the customer living in Spain who's consuming their products. And I think we have to, if we really want to do a comparison across countries, we have to see what the bundle of consumption goods is of the customer. We don't care about the postal address of the company. In fact, Alabama has none of these tech companies. We say that's the US. But in Alabama, you know, there is no tech. So Alabama is as bad as Barcelona in that sense. I mean, there's no tech there either. And so in a way, by the way, even in California, if you get out of the Bay Area, there's no tech there either. If you go across the mountains, you know, East California doesn't even have tech in parts of it. And I think this idea that we have of looking at the location of the firms where the owner lives is, in a sense, not very informative of what the customer does. Because the customer really is based everywhere. These are global firms. And the reason why I think these firms have such global market power is precisely because their reach is so large. The European companies are also basing themselves in the US. I mean, Booking.com, a Dutch company, I don't know whether their postal address is still in the Netherlands or it's already moved out, but they're close to it. All their fundraising happens in the United States. I gave the example earlier of AB InBev. You know, all these companies, they're somehow doing their activities in the United States. But then the question is, you know, what is AB InBev? Well, they sell beer everywhere. They sell as much beer in the United States as they do in Europe, as they do in Asia. And so then the question is, for the customers' bundle of goods that they consume, the postal address doesn't really matter. Okay, and then we have to look at, you know, what is the market power of all these firms that have really a reach globally, and it's how it affects our expenditure share.
Thank you very much for all your advice. And I... Oh,
Good afternoon to everybody. My spoken English is very poor. My hearing English is not so poor. However, I didn't hear the name digital in the whole day. And I think it's rather important to what you said. You didn't pay, I think you didn't, at least for me, didn't pay enough attention to the technology. And we are extremely good. We are the best in the world in making diesel pumps. And no one in Europe has been able to make a computer. Olivetti, Philips, Siemens, ICL, well, ICL perhaps. I think on that line, you should be probably thought at the difference between one market, as you said before, just now, between one single market and 19, 20 markets. And then the importance, one government and 19, 20 or so governments, because of the importance of the DoD as a purchaser to the development of the digital technology is, in my opinion, is in a way determinant of what you have noticed in your observations.
Thank you very much for all these observations. Okay, regarding the fact that the result could be not robust or could reflect some strange assumptions or non-representative data for some countries. As I pointed out, we are completely aware of the problem with Germany in the Orbis data. We still decided to keep it in the sample at least by now, because it was, in a sense, not to consider Germany and consider just Spain, France, and Italy. It was a bit. We prefer to add the caveat in the paper and to say that the coverage for this country is particularly bad in the Orbis data. What I can tell you is that for Italy, the analysis has been conducted on very different data, on Cervet data that is not exactly Orbis. It's the universe of all incorporated firms. It's not even the source of Orbis. I mean, they are two completely different data providers. And on the National Statistic Office census data. So regarding that, our country, I can be quite sure that 1.1 is what we get with different microdata. Macrodata obviously has all the problems that you rightly pointed out. Regarding fixed and variable input, okay. Labor is not so variable in the EU as it is in the US. We agree about it. I think it's also called semi-fixed in a sense. But in this sense, the comparison will never be valid. Either we do material with DLW, which we did, so, and it's just a little bit more cyclical, obviously, because it only considers materials and intermediate services in the production function estimation, in the markup estimation. But the level is always very low. It doesn't provide a very different story. It doesn't give us a very different answer from the one that I presented to you today. We also analyzed the DLW with labor cost, and it's basically the same pattern. We also conducted a principal component analysis with all these measures to have a synthetic measure that we could use, and it was a bit, and that could, in a sense, be a summary measure and summarize all these measures together, and to try to understand what were the possible weights for the different measures. We used some matching variables, let's say, that were HHI. We used the churn rate and TFP. And we got this synthetic measure that today I didn't present because in a sense was highly, obviously by construction, highly correlated to those that I presented. But this was just to say that we tried many different measures. Today I selected 3 because otherwise it would have been even more boring than it was. But of course we have to do a better investigation of the limitation of the Orbis data. As you could see, I didn't use it for the US because that was even worse. I mean, the concern for the US on the Orbis data is even more severe than for Germany. So I really didn't have the courage. But still, this is an issue if you work with European data, always. So it's basically a problem for all. That's why central banks work with European data and academia works more with the US data, because these European data are much more frustrating, have many problems, but we do the more boring work. And anyway, we are less concerned about the top journal results, so we can afford to look at Europe. Regarding digitalization, it's a very, it's the topic that I'm working now, apart from this paper. I mean, it's basically my main field. So I'm very sorry that in this presentation didn't emerge as an interesting thing. But what I can say is that when we tried to understand if, as European countries, we had some kind of superstars in the last 18 years, that is the time range that we consider because of data limitations, in the high-tech industry, and we didn't find that big differences with respect to the low-tech. While we found some differences in the knowledge-intensive services, for instance, in the IT services, that is the J sector, there is probably some hope. But anyway, our digital gap today with respect to the United States and China is one of the, it's a big issue, it's a big problem. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of road in the last years.
So thank you very much. If there are no other questions, I think we can conclude here. Thank you to Emanuela Ciapanna and Fabio Landini for their interesting contributions. We now take 20 minutes break, and then we resume here at 4. Sharp.
Chiara, buongiorno, mi sente?
Sì, buongiorno.
Ok,
Ce l'abbiamo
buongiorno.
fatta. Grazie.
Adesso un secondo e facciamo in modo di metterla in sala. Va bene?
Va bene. Ora c'è un blocco nella discussione. Come funziona?
2 minuti e riprendono dal coffee break.
Sì, sì, nessun problema, era solo per capire.
Perfetto.
Grazie.
So please take your seat. This session is going to be in Italian, I'm afraid, so that if you need headphones, you are most welcome to do so. Are outside, are just outside, for those of you who need. The only one is maybe Jan, but he's very proficient in Italian. Yes, you know. Bene, allora possiamo iniziare. Dunque, in genere la sessione finale dei nostri convegni è sempre per un po' cercare di tirare le somme delle cose che abbiamo imparato maggiormente durante la giornata.
Thank you. We have invited to this session 3 people who can help us very much in discussing what we've learned this afternoon. Chiara Gribaudo, Vice President of the Labour Commission of the Italian House of Representatives, Mr. Mario Padula, sitting next to me. Chiara Gribaudo will make a presentation remotely, and Mario Padula from the University of Venice and Stefano Franchi from Federmeccanica. We have not been able to get the connection with him as yet. I thank very much Ms. Gribaudo for being able to get this connection in spite of all these difficulties. So I thank you very much for the contribution you're going to give to this discussion. So I give you the floor and then to Mario Padula. Thank you very much. I thank Professor Boeri and I thank the Rodolfo De Benedetti Foundation for this invitation. I was very much interested in learning what you said this morning. Also, in terms of inequalities, wage inequalities, I think it's a duty of politics to take this issue into account very seriously, especially at a time when we have these great opportunities to narrow this kind of gaps and inequalities, as well as gender differences and generation differences, which bring about a lot of conflicts in Italy, also conflicts between people from different generations. Of course, many people in Italy, too many people are not able to find a decent job, and they have to accept very low salaries, low wages, which have a major influence in their growth opportunities and in the opportunities for the entire society to grow. I think this is one of the reasons why there's a migration of young, educated people from Italy to other countries. Then, of course, there's the problem of economic inequalities and job difficulties, job finding difficulties for women. The reason is that in many respects, this country has not really been changed in this respect, and only partial measures have been adopted in an attempt to copy the flex security model that they developed in Denmark. But we just took on board the flexibility with very little attention, if any, to job security. And then, of course, we have a country that is very different from Denmark in many senses, economically, in terms of welfare, and so on. So, in Italy, women are more able than men in the area of education, and in spite of that, it's harder for them to get a job and develop a career. Then, of course, no need to say there are also differences between the north and south of Italy, also in terms of job opportunities and job organization. So we've got a major opportunity ahead of us. But then it seems we are not exploiting that as much as we should. This PNR measure resembles Europe very vaguely, very vaguely indeed. So we need the country to invest more in these areas. Speaking very frankly, and I'm not saying this just on the basis of my political opinions, I think we have to say that very little attention is given at the moment by politics to the right priorities, to give new opportunities, also in terms of environment protection and transition to new technologies. So we are really running a major risk of losing ground even further with respect to the rest of the world or the rest of Europe. These are very hard and tough issues, and we also have to bear in mind that the measures taken by the government in terms of top profit taxation are not going to be really effective. What we need is to adopt more significant and structural measures to prevent an increasing devastation. But very often, when someone tries to discuss such issues as a wealth tax, this triggers off war among different parts, different groups of society, and yet I think we should try to find a way to reach a better wage, a better wealth distribution. We can't accept that a company is characterized by a wage structure where a manager earns 10,000 times as much as a blue-collar worker, and yet this is what's happening to an increasing extent, and I think we have to work hard on that. We are struggling to convince politics to increase average wages and salaries to make Italy more in line with the other European countries. So it's obvious that we need to address all these issues at the same time without leaving any of them aside. I used to think that a wealth tax could be fair and just. Of course, there are diverging opinions on this. I have to admit that many people, and probably quite significantly, rightly, fairly, have said, okay, let's suppose we accept that, but a wealth tax would not rebalance the situation at all, would have very little impact, if any, on minimum wages or average wages. So some other solution may be searched that can be more effective, but that must be the ultimate aim we pursue. So if that is the kind of development we had in mind, and if we still want to pursue that idea, we have to try and find an idealistic solution even though resources are scarce. It also means calling into question our idea of what wealth or well-being really means, and which data have to be taken into account to measure that. Which are the parameters that we need to focus on to increase happiness, I would say, in our society, as many people call it, in other countries. Reorganizing working times, weekly work times, and all these things are matters that should be discussed at length, also by politics, but also by academics and experts like you. I think we need to take action to oppose this over-exploitation of profits. This basically means making effort to realign to a large extent to what is being done in other European countries, and try to find an effective solution to these various inequalities that we cannot accept. So these are measures that should not be only focused on pay caps or that kind of things, even though that is partly necessary. in Italy and justified in Italy, since this cap that was applied on some types of incomes or wages or payments has been removed. So anyone who's got a political responsibility has to make effective proposals that can lead to action that needs to be constantly monitored to be able to collect the information we need to make a fair judgment of their efficacy. It is really difficult in our country to find the way to stimulate politics to oppose inequalities effectively and strongly. That would imply, for example, reasonable discussion on minimum wages. So I'm saying this because we need a variety of sustainable proposals that can be quickly implemented to help those who are badly in need. And I think that a general effort in this regard is mandatory to avoid having mere discussions of these things with the unions or within the unions, which is even worse. So people seem to forget sometimes that these are not problems that affect only workers, but society as a whole. That's why we need to make a new kind of effort which we've never made, and we are not making, unfortunately. Initially, with this government, we had started to discuss on inequality in the Labour Commission and the effect of COVID-19 pandemics in this respect, and yet this attempt to get an insight into that problem has virtually waned. That should not happen if we really want to build up a future for our countries. And if we want to be called a civilized country like all other European countries. So I really hope that there will be a continuation of this discussion leading to new proposals brought to Parliament. I cannot be sure that they will be endorsed by the government, but I think it's at least necessary to start discussing these things openly in our discussions on economic and social issues. So I thank you very much again for your invitation.
Colgo due aspetti importanti che ci ha detto. Il primo riguarda il fatto che le questioni salariali non sono soltanto una questione sindacale. Questo credo che lei lo dicesse con riferimento sia appunto ai salari più alti, alla parte alta della distribuzione dei salari di cui abbiamo discusso molto oggi, sia poi anche invece ai salari bassi. C'era un risultato, tra l'altro, e questa è la seconda cosa che mi veniva in mente ascoltandola, di cui questa mattina si è parlato forse un po' en passant e che forse varrebbe la pena di approfondire di più, un passaggio della relazione in cui si mostrava che in Europa c'è più compressione dei salari lordi, quindi ci sono meno differenze salariali quando noi guardiamo i salari lordi, ma negli Stati Uniti poi c'è una redistribuzione che avviene attraverso il sistema fiscale, quello dei trasferimenti, che li riduce in proporzione di più, anche se poi alla fine chiaramente le differenze nei salari netti sono maggiori negli Stati Uniti che in Europa. Quindi questo è un aspetto importante su cui riflettere. Probabilmente ci sono dei problemi anche nel modo con cui intervengono i sistemi fiscali e i sistemi di protezione sociale nella redistribuzione. Quindi anche su questo aspetto le riflessioni di cui lei ci faceva parte erano importanti. Ha parlato anche della questione dei patrimoni, ecco, noi qui abbiamo parlato soprattutto dei redditi da lavoro, ma è vero che a certi livelli forse si riesce di più a intervenire sui patrimoni piuttosto che sui redditi. Quindi tanti spunti interessanti, la ringraziamo davvero per questo suo contributo, più rimane con noi più siamo contenti, ma capiamo benissimo anche i suoi impegni e la situazione un po' anche meteorologicamente difficile in cui si è trovata a collegarsi con noi. Quindi a questo punto do la parola a Mario Padula dell'Università di Venezia, che ha un passato anche attivo come presidente della COVIP, insomma ha fatto molte ricerche sui mercati finanziari e sulle retribuzioni dei manager, quindi credo che la sua prospettiva sia molto interessante e sia anche la persona che maggiormente ci può aiutare a trovare un legame tra quello che abbiamo discusso al mattino, cioè i problemi appunto delle disuguaglianze salariali e dei salari nella parte alta della distribuzione, e le cose di cui discutevamo questo pomeriggio, cioè questi profitti molto alti e questa concentrazione di mercato, questo potere di mercato di alcune imprese.
Grazie Tito, grazie anche a Tito Boeri, a Paolo Pinotti per l'invito, alla Fondazione, grazie anche a tutti voi di essere rimasti qui, grazie anche agli speaker, ai discussant che hanno fatto, a mio giudizio, per quello che vale, un ottimo lavoro nel presentare i loro lavori, che hanno offerto moltissimi spunti appunto anche nella direzione che Tito sta suggerendo. Solo colgo l'occasione per fare un rapidissimo commento a quello che ha appena detto l'onorevole Gribaudo, una cosa che particolarmente apprezzo e che è particolarmente necessaria nel nostro Paese, cioè quella di diciamo, formulare decisioni di politica economica basate sull'evidenza, no? Quella che noi chiamiamo evidence-based policy. C'è una domanda forte per fare delle decisioni di politica economica basate sull'evidenza, piuttosto, come a volte accade, basate su diciamo, pregiudizi o valutazioni sommarie di fenomeni dei quali non si ha poi una conoscenza sufficientemente profonda. E certamente diciamo, sul tema fiscale, magari su cui torneremo dopo, ci sono molte cose di cui discutere, partendo poi da un presupposto che è un presupposto importante per quello che riguarda l'Italia, cioè l'Italia è un paese che ha una grande evasione fiscale, una delle più grandi nel confronto europea, diciamo solo la Grecia ha un'evasione fiscale più grossa di quella italiana, e questo è evidentemente un tema dal quale poi non si può diciamo, prescindere quando si guardi al disegno ottimale del sistema fiscale. Ottimale, ecco, questo aggettivo non è stato scelto a caso e mi porta a parlare appunto dei temi suggeritemi da Tito, cioè appunto cercare di trovare un punto di connessione tra superstar workers e superstar firms. Beh, la prima domanda che viene in mente è un po' quella dell'uovo e la gallina, cioè le imprese sono imprese superstar perché hanno diciamo, superstar executives che le gestiscono, o si diventa superstar executive perché si sta in una superstar firm? Questa è un po' diciamo, la domanda delle domande. Gli economisti empirici, come in parte anch'io sono, vivono di questo, insomma, di domande di questo genere, domande che poi invocano il cosiddetto pensiero controfattuale, cioè che cosa sarebbe accaduto a quell'impresa se fosse stata gestita da un altro, da un manager, da un executive diverso da quella che l'ha effettivamente gestita, e che però, ritornando appunto a ottimale, all'aggettivo su cui vorrei soffermarmi, poi diciamo, come dire, sospingono verso una domanda che mi pare per noi economisti forse la domanda più importante, cioè anche quando si guardi appunto alle compensazioni, agli schemi di compensazione dei top executive, e cioè se questi schemi sono appunto ottimali o no. Nel dibattito pubblico, anche in quello politico, si parla spesso molto del livello, cioè sono alti, sono molto alti, sono troppo alti, in che rapporto sono. Questo certamente è un elemento importante che ha attratto anche una certa attenzione nella letteratura scientifica, però ecco, noi forse come economisti direi siamo più bravi a parlare di valore che di valori. E parlare di valore vuol dire questo, appunto, vuol dire chiedersi, ma i schemi, diciamo i compensation package, così vengono chiamati nella letteratura, le compensazioni sono disegnate in maniera ottimale, cioè sono compensazioni che, riconoscendo il fatto che esiste un problema di agenzia che deriva dal disallineamento degli obiettivi tra, diciamo, gli executive e cioè i manager e i shareholder nel caso di, appunto, di un'impresa che sia, insomma, che sia quotata, ma non solo. Quindi riconoscendo la possibilità che ci sia un disallineamento di incentivi, questi compensation package sono disegnati nella maniera tale da, come dire, implementare, realizzare lo sforzo ottimale, cioè quello che massimizza il valore dell'impresa? È una domanda semplice, la cui risposta non è facile in realtà, perché poi, diciamo, si può avere un approccio più positivo e un approccio normativo. Insomma, l'approccio normativo è: si disegna il contratto ottimale, cioè quello che dovrebbe appunto realizzare lo sforzo ottimale, cioè quello che massimizza il valore dell'impresa, e lo si adotta. Poi c'è un approccio positivo che invece parte dai contratti che effettivamente ci sono, li analizza e li mette un po' a confronto con appunto un benchmark, una condizione ottimale. Beh, se si fa questo si vede che c'è in realtà una grande variabilità negli schemi di compensazione. Storicamente, un tempo, diciamo in un tempo ormai lontano e superato, il grosso era rappresentato da una componente fissa della compensazione. Questo è un tempo superato, adesso il grosso della compensazione diciamo dei top executives è rappresentata da una componente variabile legata al valore dell'impresa tramite stock option. Ora, un dato interessante da notare è questo, che questa componente è cresciuta, cioè quella legata al valore dell'impresa, senza che l'altra, cioè quella fissa, come dire, non legata al valore dell'impresa, si sia ridotta. Quindi non c'è stato un offset, c'è stato semplicemente un aumento on top of. Quindi questo è interessante perché anche questo ci interroga sull'ottimalità, ma allora è ottimale aver fatto, diciamo, aver disegnato dei contratti di questo tipo. Poi anche, diciamo, questi, come dire, pacchetti di compensazione sono molto articolati al loro interno, prevedono ad esempio una dimensione che riguarda la possibilità degli executive di prendere dei prestiti, il costo, il tasso di interesse che pagano, riguardano anche, questa è una cosa che mi riguarda più da vicino, le pensioni, quindi ci sono diverse dimensioni nelle quali appunto il pacchetto di compensazione si può articolare. Il tema è proprio un po' questo, diciamo, cioè in un menù di possibili contratti, di possibili schemi di compensazione che si possono adottare. La prima domanda è: qual è quello che, diciamo, induce lo sforzo ottimale? E la seconda domanda è: tra quelli che inducono lo sforzo ottimale, qual è quello che costa meno? Perché è quello che, diciamo, come dire, gli shareholder dovrebbero preferire. E qui poi entrano un po' in gioco le cose che abbiamo sentito oggi e che hanno a che fare con, appunto, con la competitività dei mercati, sia, io direi, sia dalla competitività dei mercati dei prodotti, sia poi anche la competitività di altri mercati che pure sono rilevanti in questo contesto, che sono il mercato degli executive, il mercato di quelli che devono eleggere gli executive, cioè il mercato dei membri dei board, perché anche questo è un mercato, diciamo, al quale guardare con interesse, sia per il ruolo che hanno appunto nell'appointment appunto e sia anche per il ruolo che, diciamo, possono avere, diretto o indiretto, nella, diciamo, definizione delle cosiddette politiche di remunerazione, cioè appunto dei pacchetti di compensazione. È una pratica comune quella di avere, diciamo, nelle grandi corporation un comitato che, come dire, si occupa della compensazione degli executive, che è anche a volte, anzi in moltissimi casi, assistito da imprese, da consultancies, che poi sono una decina nel mondo, non sono molto più di queste, e anche qui un po' c'è il tema degli incentivi. Ecco, se c'è una cosa che noi economisti capiamo bene sono gli incentivi, cioè come sono messi gli incentivi. Sono appunto questi contratti sono poi dei contratti effettivamente ottimali. E un po' come dire, il punto della concorrenza è un punto importante, perché l'abbiamo visto anche stamattina, insomma, cioè laddove i mercati sono meno competitivi, quindi c'è market power, diciamo, gli incentivi anche da parte degli shareholder a fare un monitoraggio, diciamo, sembrano essere meno forti, e quindi la possibilità, c'è una parte della letteratura che chiama questo fenomeno il managerial power, cioè la possibilità dei manager, degli executive di estrarre, come dire, delle rendite dalla loro posizione, dalla posizione che hanno, e questa, diciamo, possibilità è tanto più forte quanto meno sono competitivi i mercati del prodotto. E infatti c'è un paper molto recente, adesso un working paper non è stato ancora pubblicato, di Ross Levin e con alcuni coautori, che è sulla collana dell'NBR del 21, mostra un risultato interessante, cioè mostra l'effetto di competition laws, cioè leggi, come dire, che sono dirette alla promozione della concorrenza, sul valore dell'impresa, guardando a un insieme di paesi, anzi un insieme largo di paesi, a 99 paesi, mostrando che appunto le leggi che incoraggiano le iniziative legislative, le leggi, gli interventi legislativi che incoraggiano la concorrenza, contribuiscono anche a far aumentare il valore dell'impresa. Il canale qual è? Il canale è quello della corporate governance, perché qui, insomma, poi il tema è questo anche, cioè come come dire, questi schemi di compensazione si inseriscono in un'architettura più complessa che è quella della corporate governance, e trovano anche un risultato che mi pare molto interessante, cioè che questo effetto è tanto maggiore nei paesi dove l'investor protection, cioè la protezione degli investitori in generale, anche la protezione dei diritti di proprietà, è più bassa. Questo non è un risultato, diciamo, poi completamente sorprendente se uno ci pensa con un po' di attenzione, perché insomma un po' rimanda a questa questione degli incentivi, del ruolo che possono avere, diciamo, gli executive anche, come dire, perché qui, ecco, c'è un tema secondo me piuttosto interessante anche rispetto alle cose che abbiamo visto oggi nel confronto tra gli executive, diciamo i manager, e altri lavoratori che stanno nella parte alta dell'income distribution, cioè gli sportivi. Ecco, lì ci sono tante differenze, però una che mi sembra più importante di altre è che un top executive solitamente ha un'influenza sul meccanismo di fissazione della sua compensazione, diretta o indiretta, che certamente non ha un giocatore di baseball o un giocatore di basket, e questo non è, diciamo, non è un fatto minore, perché, come dire, appunto, immaginare che appunto gli schemi di compensazione risolvano i problemi di agenzia forse si scontra contro appunto un limite, questo argomento, cioè il limite è che è la stessa individuazione, diciamo, dello schema di compensazione che è in qualche modo afflitta da problemi di agenzia. Quindi questo per dire che cosa? Che appunto noi economisti dobbiamo anzitutto preoccuparci dell'efficienza. Una volta poi, diciamo, come dire, risolto il tema dell'efficienza, cioè se appunto come dire, sotto il profilo dell'efficienza quello schema di compensazione è adeguato o non adeguato, poi ci possiamo preoccupare, diciamo, dei temi successivi, cioè la tassazione. È chiaro, per esempio, che prendiamo un risultato che è stato anche citato oggi, quello di Marianne Bertrand e Mulay Nathan, no? In cui si fa vedere che, diciamo, una parte della compensazione degli executive, una parte non trascurabile, in realtà non premia lo sforzo, cioè l'impegno del manager, ma premia la fortuna. Beh, quella, diciamo, è una parte che non ha, diciamo, rispetto all'ottimalità, cioè al disegno ottimale del contratto, non ha nessun senso. Premiare la fortuna non serve, diciamo, bisogna premiare lo sforzo. E quindi è una parte che, diciamo, è completamente tassabile, in un certo senso, cioè quella la posso tassare tutta al 100% senza creare nessuna distorsione, perché non è legata, diciamo, a uno sforzo. Questo, per dire, è un esempio banale, però per dire che cosa? Che poi i ragionamenti che noi dobbiamo fare intorno al come tassare e se tassare devono anche un po' partire dalla valutazione dell'efficienza di questi meccanismi. Ciò detto, e poi mi taccio, io penso che sia importante in realtà, proprio per anche gli spunti che abbiamo ricevuto oggi dai paper che sono stati presentati, sia la chiave sia un po' la competizione, cioè tutte le politiche che favoriscono la concorrenza poi sono politiche che conducono a una governance migliore, conducono a aumentare il valore dell'impresa e conducono anche all'efficienza. Quindi prima di tutto competizione. Non credo molto onestamente che i price cap funzionino, qui posso citare un po' un'esperienza personale, se è possibile, perché io di questo, per le materie di cui mi occupavo fino a qualche mese fa, appunto, c'è stata una discussione europea anche vivace sull'opportunità di introdurre dei limiti, dei price cap su dei prodotti, dei prodotti previdenziali, in particolare su un particolare prodotto previdenziale che per la verità come dire, ha qualche difficoltà a decollare, che è il PEP, cioè sono dei prodotti individuali pensionistici che dovrebbero essere appunto che hanno una patente europea, cioè possono essere emessi in un paese dell'Unione ma poi negoziati e comprati negli altri paesi dell'Unione. Alla fine la mia mozione ha perso purtroppo, quindi il price cap è stato introdotto. Perché veniamo anche ai limiti della regolamentazione. Il primo,
Okay, so price caps, once they are fixed at a higher level, so it is a constraint, and so that has been fixed at an excessively high level. And this price cap might be a very good coordination mechanism in industries that are by themselves not so very competitive, because all the players agree and find an agreement at the highest range of the price. So you have to make sure that the price caps are well set, because you either create distortions or anomalies, or they might be counterproductive and detrimental.
Grazie Mario, davvero ci ha dato un sacco di spunti molto interessanti. Adesso apriamo subito la discussione.
And now let's open discussion. And since personal experiences have been mentioned, I have an experience with wage caps. And when I worked for INPS, which is the Italian Social Security Fund, we had a way to measure productivity of each individual manager, and in a very precise way. And I remember that the cap would be okay for some, but not others, because some of the wage level, pension level was related to productivity. And how did we redistribute the surpluses? Reabsorption, namely the surpluses would be given to the ones with the lower performance. So there was a flattening of these incentives, of these incentive schemes. So I think that caps do not work. And with reference to what was said this morning, we're talking about executives, and we also have managers. And when we talk about athletes, this is a serious question, and so we now need to open the discussion.
A proposito di parole non...
There's something that was not said. Italian Stock Exchange, as for state-managed governed companies, they make up the majority of the listed companies in the Italian Stock Exchange. Does it make a difference? It depends on what the market they work in is, and so you need to be lucky, but so that you are lucky to be on the right side of the field where you are playing, in addition to your skills. It's a question related to governance, selection, and the hiring of executives, of managers, and this is also related to the way in which talent is rewarded. How can talent be rewarded? Is it based on the skills, imagination, or relations, connections? I mean, the Italian case of state-run companies is a specific case. Also, negatively speaking, there are a few non-positive examples that might be mentioned and that led to unhappy choices, also with reference to corporate value. And these problems occurred in the history of our country, given the size of Italian stock exchange. And I think that the weight of these state-run companies is quite heavy, and so it is not negligible. So the issues that they raise are far from being irrelevant. So there again, you need to take the issue of competition into account when it comes to the executives market, or when it comes to the board members. All these these are special labor market cases, because the member of a board might be also the executive of another firm who has in turn relations with that same company. So there might be conflicts of interest that might be more or less clear and regulated or not. So it's a very sensitive issue that requires a special attention from our points of view, but we should always be guided by efficiency. And all these issues also are related to major relevant topics that have already been touched upon. I mean, the issue of inequalities or equality. And these are the issues at the center of our attention. So efficiency, first and foremost. We need to understand whether these mechanisms are efficient or not, are effective or not. And sometimes these mechanisms are not so effective in leading to the best choice. Appointment of executives also leading to the enhancement of the company's value in terms of ownership and in terms of managers, and also with reference to repercussion on society. And something else as well that should be added. A recent trend is now emerging in setting compensation schemes of executives, is linking the part of executives' compensation to the achievement of ESG goals. And this is quite dangerous, because you are linking such a thing to something that is not very well defined. I mean, the ESG goals and the ESG factors is not really well defined. Social and governmental, they are quite ambiguous as terms, apart from the environmental things. So linking compensation to ESG goals to be achieved, well, leaves room for maneuver. They are risky. Therefore, the compensation schemes might be, how to say, altered, manipulated. So you have agency-related problems that instead shouldn't be there. So you also have a regulation difficulty. That's how regulation works. There is always chasing the market by regulation and vice versa, not to mention the regulators' problems that there might be quite a few cases when you have failures on the market, and regulation is not free from failure. So the regulatory process, lawmaking process, is another important issue. The regulation process that leads to the European regulation, EU regulation, is very, very important for Italy. There are, of course, the EU regulations are transposed into the Italian legislation, and that doesn't, it really has an impact on all sectors, and it is a very complex, articulated process with the many traps. First of all, for example, it's a complex process that is regulated, that might be influenced by lobbies when bills are or proposals are submitted. Then there is a first-tier decision made by the EU institutions, and not all the various issues are unraveled, and these gaps are therefore bridged by secondary and tertiary third-tier regulations. If you take action at upstream, at a primary level with the EU Parliament and Commission at a certain level of reliability, but then when further tiers take into account, they have different degrees of accountability because these members are not elected by EU voters. That leads me to say that regulation by itself is not exempt from failure. Regulation tries and finds answers as for market questions, but what about flaws of the regulation? Because of course we are human beings, and incentives work at all levels, from executives, managers, members of parliament, and so on and so forth. We, the economy scholars, we are neutral. We should tell the stories. We are outside this picture.
Visto che questo è un momento anche più di ragionamento sulle.
It's interesting to discuss the political implications of these topics. Going back into the room, I was watching the title of the conference this year. In Italy, superstar workers and firms are few and far apart. In the light of this, I think we should ask ourselves an important question: how can we expand the number of superstar workers and firms in Italy? From the point of view of companies and politicians, there's not a clear perception of what should be done in terms of multinational corporations, investments, for example. There have been a number of tax policies, tax incentives to attract the most skillful workers from other countries. And there was also a decision to establish a forfeit tax, income tax, to superstar, if you like, very skillful workers who accept to come back to Italy from another country. But then we should focus also on how to develop these skills within companies, considering that in Italy SMEs are so common, where superstar workers can hardly exist. But I think that looking ahead, and also for researchers, there's a lot of work being made on superstar firms, and on superstar workers, attention should be paid to those that work in the area of digital platforms and that create digital platform, which implies a completely different relationship between the job and the worker. It's a market characterized by the traits of a typical superstar workers, people that acquire very large market shares, plus a number of smaller figures that try to do the same without achieving that objective. Is that a question for us, or for Mr. Gribaldo, or for a government representative? Well, to put it into words, this means how can we make this country more productive? We've been going on a drop or a stagnation in productivity for a number of years, for at least 20 years. How can we oppose that trend? That's not an easy question. We should first and foremost understand the reason behind that. Why is Italy a country where productivity growth has been so small in the past years? To some extent, Tito Boeri gave an answer to that. It depends on the fact that we have many small or very small enterprises, including restaurants or bars, that have a very low production, very low productivity. So that is really one of the results of our industrial fabric. The size of a company is not like gravitational acceleration, which is stable, 0.8 meters per second or whatever. It's something that can change over time, and these changes may be encouraged by specific legislation leading companies to group together or to become more productive. Some action has been taken also in the area of the labor market, but I think there's still a long way to go to create an environment that can lead to more growth. I'm thinking of innovation, research, all these things that we need to encourage. Then, on top of that, I think we have to learn to watch beyond our frontiers. In other words, we have to make sure that the best people don't leave the country in the first place. In this regard, I often happen to discuss with people that used to claim that the money invested by Italians must be preserved, must be kept within Italian companies, but that is not the matter. The point is that we have attracted money from other countries as well, other investors in other countries, and not only from Italian wealthy people or Italian possible investors. That means that you need to be open-minded and open in practical terms. In addition to preserving the best people, we have to attract high-quality, top-quality people. Then, of course, Italy has got some very peculiar characteristics or problems. One of these is tax evasion, tax avoidance, which also has an impact on efficiency. It generates major distortions, which then end up interfering or limiting a proper growth of productivity, of business productivity. Then, of course, Italy is also very diversified, much diversified. There are differences in productivity between the north and the south, or between different places in the south. and different places in the north. We have basically a manufacturing economy, but how much can these businesses innovate? To what extent can they keep the pace with what's going on worldwide? And then, of course, we need to try and imagine new opportunities that go beyond what we have been accustomed to for many years or for many decades. Of course, it's probably a question that should be addressed by politicians more than by technical experts like us. In Italy, we have very few managers because there are many businesses that do not have a CEO, do not have a manager. They're run by the family and so on. And then by the way, that's an interesting issue. If we think of the question of taxation, there are incentives that end up favoring this passing over of a business within the family, even when the sons or daughters of a businessman would like to do something different. The other question I wanted to mention concerns this problem of brain drain. What attracts people into our country is not just to give them tax benefits, but also career opportunities. Otherwise, they would come for a few years and then leave again. I'm not saying that CNR won't be able to will be able to solve the problems. It's a short-term measure. Very often, Italian universities are highly funded and they waste the money they get. Anyway, we are late and I think we have to close. There's just one final comment. Going back to Mr. Janssen's presentation this morning, when we think of superstar firms with high productivity, okay, fine. If that means that there are many other low productivity firms that can be counterproductive, we should have superstar firms that can become an example for other companies, other firms that can drive other firms into improvement. So there should be some spillover of these skills to the benefit of all the others as well. Now, that too is a difficult question. I think we should ask ourselves, what kind of contribution do superstar workers and firms give to economic growth? It's hard to find an answer. It depends on a number of things. It depends on how they work, on how they're arranged and everything. But if there's a more general or generalized growth and productivity increase, that would be advisable. That's certainly the best thing that can happen. I don't think that having just very few superstar firms while all the others go bankrupt is certainly not what we want. But of course, it's a very simple answer, but the matter is very complex and should be investigated at length. Thank you, Mauro. I thank Claudia Gribaldo, and I thank all of you for being here until this late hour. I thank Roberta for what she has done in organizing this conference. And then, as I told you, the manager of the cinema, Elena Zanni, organized a little surprise for us. We watched a number of presentations here today, and we watched those images on a cinema screen, but a cinema screen can contain something different. Good evening to everyone, good afternoon indeed. Whenever we have people working in this cinema, we want to remind the history of this cinema. It's 100 years old, and they were both 100 years old. They would both be 100 years old here. Federico Fellini loved this place, and he said that he was born on the same day and on the same year. He was actually born on the same year at this theater, not exactly on the same day, but that's irrelevant. During this past century, this cinema has always been open and has always been an important point of social harmonization and social exchange. This important event is a sign of that. But we want to give you a little memory of what was the imprinting that Federico Fellini got within this theater, within this cinema hall. Many, many years ago, Federico Fellini was sitting in this room and he watched the movie for the first time, and he was absolutely fascinated by this imaginary world that he had in front of him. And he got an insight into the opportunity that this could offer to his imagination. So what we wish to all the people who are in this room is to have the same experience, to be able to sit down and find one moment where you share the same perception that Federico Fellini had 60 or 70 years ago. So I don't want to be too long. Since we are in a cinema hall, I want images to speak. These are images, shots from Federico Fellini's films and places and stories that he loved, and that are, in a way, a description of our own history. Thank you very much. It won't be in real time. You don't have to stay in this hall for 100 years, don't worry.